Senior Executive Vice President of Stockholm School of Economics. Welcome.
Hi, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues. I do have a bit of a cold, so I'm sorry for my voice is breaking a bit. I am Sophie Roy, and I am the Executive Vice President here at SSE. And it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this second Heckscher-Ohlin conference. And we are so pleased to see so many of you here. Since SSE's beginning at the beginning of the 1900s, we have played a central role in the dialogue between academia, industry, government relations, and policy development, always with a great foundation in academic freedom. We have always also developed a unique position in the collaboration between a various amount of stakeholders. And one of these stakeholders is, of course, the National Board of Trade. And this is an example of how SSE strives to be at the heart of conversation between society development in the area of economics and trade. Being the home of the Heckscher-Ohlin theory, this also marks the historical connection to the field. Professor Ohlin, he was a highly engaged professor in, in the economic development, both as an academic and as a political figure in Sweden. This year's conference theme invites us to reflect on the developing era with technological change, shifting political landscape, and growing demands for sustainability and inclusivity. We're really looking forward to a day with a lot of interesting presentations and discussions, especially with this distinguished list of speakers. We hope that this event will strengthen the foundation for deeper collaboration between academia, government, and hope to be able to develop the policy as well. Once again, a warm welcome to SSE, and I wish you a very fruitful conference.
And now, welcome up on stage, Anders Arnlid, Director General at the National Board of Trade, Sweden.
Thank you, Per, for that introduction, and thank you, Sophie, for hosting us so graciously in this splendid, newly renovated aula at the Stockholm School of Economics. Ambassadors, dear friends, it's a great privilege for me also to welcome you all to this second Heckscher-Ohlin conference, jointly organized, as we've heard, by the Stockholm School of Economics and the National Board of Trade, Sweden, which is, as I'm sure most of you know, the government of Sweden's agency on international trade, EU internal market, and trade policy. We meet in serious, troubled, and turbulent times. A horrendous war is still raging on our continent. And in our part of the world, for those of you who come from afar, we also face, as is well known, frequent hybrid attacks and threats. We, of course, presently all hope that the ceasefire in Gaza will hold. But overall, international security is presently far from guaranteed. And for the government of Sweden, support for Ukraine, as is evident, is a #1 priority, as we are reminded of when we enter this building as well. At the same time, we have entered a new era for global trade. The United States has again unilaterally increased tariffs. Last time it happened, as the minister reminded us, when the Smooth-Hawley tariff was enacted in 1930. other countries reacted by raising their tariffs in return. That did not end well. We all know what followed. History doesn't repeat itself, but we can and we must learn from it. And so far, I believe, we have done so to some extent, since the European Union and other trading partners, many other trading partners, have not taken countermeasures in response to the Trump tariffs. Another key lesson from history is, and from previous dark periods in history, is that economic strength largely determine the outcome of global conflicts. Tariff hikes and protectionism constitute serious threats in that regard, as does the neglect of key rules in the global trading system shown by the authoritarian regime in Beijing. For trade-dependent countries such as Sweden, and I would argue for our European Union, it is essential to maintain international trade as an engine for economic growth. And this is needed to secure our ability to finance the defense of our democracies and our way of life, to support Ukraine. In addition, it's needed to maintain the necessary green transition, and it's of course necessary to maintain the welfare of our citizens. So a main theme for today's conference is to come to grips with how we, to the best of our ability, could harness ourselves in support of continued open and rules-based international trade. The decisions made by today's trade policy makers will have repercussions for decades to come. They will set new norms for trade relations, and their effects will be scrutinized by economists and trade policy analysts for a long period of time ahead. And I think it's important that we keep this perspective in mind in our conference and during our conference here today. The National Board of Trade relies heavily on solid analysis when we make our trade policy recommendations. Paragraph 1 of our instruction that we've been given by the Swedish government directs us to contribute to improved knowledge within our area of responsibility. And that is basically why we're here today, to fulfill that part of our instruction. The premise of this second Heckscher-Ohlin conference is the same as for the first one, and that is that trade policy has become too far removed from economic evidence. Our slogan, "Make trade policy evidence-based again," still holds. And since we met 2 years ago, the negative trend has sadly accelerated. But for us, that only makes our task today to anchor trade policy better in evidence more important. This year, protectionism is on the rise, as we've heard, and it's on the rise sharply. According to the World Trade Organization, the average US tariff level is now 18%, compared to 2.5% at the beginning of the year. In addition, trade distorting subsidies in China have protectionist effects that affect several countries, as the OECD has reported. And in this unfriendly trade environment, we must not forget that between 85 or 90% of world trade, depending on how you count, is not involving the United States. And therefore, I would argue that it is incumbent upon our European Union, as a major player in global trade, to take the lead in a coalition of countries that still values trade on rules-based conditions and that still supports the World Trade Organization, even if that is a daunting task. As a start, we believe at the National Board of Trade that the EU could and should team up with the 12 countries in the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. We can hopefully discuss that during the day. There are also, as we heard from the Minister, bright spots out there. the EU has intensified its quest to engage in more free trade agreement. We have finalized the negotiations after 15 plus years with Mercosur. Hopefully, the Mercosur agreement will soon be approved by the decision makers in Brussels. We have clinched a deal with Indonesia that will hopefully also soon be approved. Negotiations with India have been intensified, and it should, of course, be possible to clinch a final deal with Australia in not too distant a future. And as you know, there are many more negotiations ongoing. In addition to that, it is my hope that the hostile economic environment that we face will finally make it possible to seriously reform and improve our EU internal market. That is necessary to address Europe's lagging productivity and to re-establish Europe as an economic powerhouse. That challenge will also be discussed here today. Finally, I look very much forward to the session we will have on economic statecraft for a new age, not least due to the fact that the National Board of Trade Sweden now again formally forms a part of the Swedish civil defense in parallel with our military defense as part of our total defense in our country. Here we are tasked to make sure that cross-border supply chains function as fully as possible for as long as possible in the case of crisis, or if worse comes to worst, in war. For very legitimate reasons, security considerations increasingly form part of the trade policy agenda. As always, however, policy needs to be based on evidence. And in many cases, the evidence tells us that trade restrictive measures are counterproductive, also from a security policy perspective. Now, it is my sincere hope that our conference will contribute to spreading sound knowledge from the latest generation of trade research to our policy community, and to establish that this knowledge must form the basis for future trade policy. As we've heard, the legacy of Eli Heckscher and Heckscher-Ohlin is with us in this aula, but we mustn't become nostalgic. We have to look forward and learn what we need to know from contemporary research. And in that way, permit me already at this stage to warmly thank our speakers here today from near and afar. I would also like to thank all colleagues in the Stockholm School of Economics that have contributed to making this conference possible, and of course all my colleagues in the National Board of Trade Sweden, with a particular thanks to Natalia Hullersjö, Edvin Johannesson and Eva Hellerstedt, and of course to Per Altenberg and Lovi Nordgren, who will now have the floor again. Without you, we wouldn't be here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those opening remarks. And with that introduction, it's time for us to dive right into the first keynote session of today. So we've just heard from Sophie Roy and Anders Ahnlid about the importance of evidence-based trade policy. And in the 21st century, the development has been rapid, giving us new insights into how trade is shaping our economies. And few people have contributed more to this development than our next keynote speaker, Paul Antras, Professor of Economics at Harvard University. His work on international trade, but also global value chains, has not only shaped academics, but also policymaking. Today, he will take us on a journey exploring what we know and what remains to be understood. So with that, it's an honor for me to welcome Paul Antras to the stage.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be here. I'm really grateful for the invitation, and I want to thank the Stockholm School of Economics for hosting this event. I was last here in 2018 for the Ohlin lecture, so I'm really delighted to be here now for the Heckscher-Ohlin conference. Let me tell you what I'm going to talk about. I put it a general title, but essentially the starting point of the talk is a claim that I think is not unjustified, which is that despite the great contributions of Heckscher-Ohlin, Samuelson, Krugman, and many others, I think the 21st century has seen a truly transformative revolution in the trade field. And I will illustrate that in the next few slides. And this is really great because we find ourselves, trade economists, both academics, policymakers, in a situation where our expertise, I think, is in demand. Its demand is at an all-time high. Really, people want to understand trade. So that's great. At the same time, I'm going to be humble, and I'm going to argue that I believe that our ability to help policymakers is still significantly hampered by the fact that although we've made a lot of progress, we're still falling a bit short, or maybe a lot short, from being able to provide advice that is robust policy advice that we know is going to apply to different settings. So the basis of my talk is a paper that was published earlier in this year in the Journal of the European Economic Association. That was a paper that was mostly targeted to young researchers. I see some young people here. So if you're interested and want to dig deeper in some of the things that I'll talk about, I encourage you to take a look at the paper. What I'm going to do, however, is I'm going to cover parts of the paper very quickly, and I want to try to focus a bit more on some of the themes that might be more relevant for policy. So more specifically, this is what I want to try to do. I think I'm being overly ambitious, so I have until 9:45, I think, and then we'll have some Q&A. I'm going to try to kind of maybe overwhelm you with a bunch of things. It's going to be a bit messy, but it's a good thing about being first. People after me can clean up the mess, so I'm going to rely on others to kind of make sense of what I'm saying. But what do I want to do? Briefly, I want to overview the chartered waters. I want to put some, illustrate a bit this recent developments in the trade field. And then I want to dig into issues that I think need more work. Okay, and on the chartered waters, by the way, I'm going to focus a lot on like why I think it's policy relevant. But then I want to tell you why I think it's not. We don't have definitive answers. I'm going to say so because of theoretical reasons. I'm going to outline some empirical work that I think is needed to better guide policy. And then I have some last-minute thoughts on policy more broadly, on aspects of debates that I'm seeing these days that generate a bit of discomfort in me. So first, the chartered waters. In the article in the Journal of the European Economic Association, I outlined 4 areas that I think have seen very significant developments in the trade field in the 21st century. First and foremost is the firm-level approach to international trade. I think there's been very important new work on multinational firms and global value chains. We've seen a quantitative revolution in the field. And this fourth aspect is more pertains to empirical work that in ways that I'm going to describe later, I believe has been unshackled in a way that I'll describe later. So let me dig a little bit into each of these 4 things. The first is the firm-level approach to trade. If you were to kind of summarize these developments in one sentence, is the idea that unlike in the work of Heckscher, Ohlin, Samuelson, I think modern trade economists do not think about trade flows as reflecting comparative advantage of countries. They think about trade flows as something that follows from the aggregation of decisions that are carried out at the level of the firm. So the firm has become the key unit of analysis. And that has been motivated, with an agenda that was motivated by empirical evidence that gain access to firm-level information. And notice that it really matters a lot to how you think about trade flows, in the sense that in many, many sectors, if you understand what the largest companies do, you're going to get very close to an understanding of aggregate trade. For instance, if you look at this figure, this is for the US, but it's very similar for other countries. If you look at the top 1% of exporters and importers, that is, rank all the firms in an economy and look at the largest ones, the ones that export the most, you just take the 1%, top 1%, you account for about 80% of exports and imports. Okay, so it's very large concentration of exports and imports among a relatively low number of firms. If you understand what they do, you're going to get very close to macro aggregates. Why do we see that? I mean, a lot of work by trade economists, by industrial organization economists, has shown that a lot has to do with heterogeneity. You had Mark Mellitz come here a couple of years ago, and I'm sure he talked a lot about this. But underlying this granularity in the data is the idea that firms are not homogeneous. You probably don't want to think about an industry as a homogeneous set of players. Players are very heterogeneous. Some produce goods that have a lot of demand or that are very well produced, and that generates variation in the profitability of firms. And indeed, what we see in the data is that a lot of these top 1% exporters are firms that are very productive, they're very large, sell a lot in their local market as well. Another very interesting fact that came out of this empirical literature is the idea that if you want to understand aggregate trade flows, maybe the Ministry of Trade here might want to understand why is it that Sweden exports much more to Germany than to my home country, Spain. Well, it turns out that to a large extent, the reason is there are more Swedish firms that sell to Germany than there are Swedish firms that sell to Spain. If you look at their export volumes, maybe they're a little bit larger for Germany than for Spain, but the vast majority of the variation comes from the fact that for whatever reason, some managers decide to go to Spain and others don't, while they may all go to Germany. So the extensive margin of trade is key for understanding trade. Now, there's all the facts that motivated this literature, but the key paper, the seminal paper in this literature is a paper by Mark Mellitz, who I mentioned before, who basically showed that a very small deviation from what was the canonical model of trade at that point in time, which was the Krugman model, was able to account for all these facts. He essentially introduced this intra-industry heterogeneity in the characteristics of firms, blended it in a Krugman model, and showed that all these facts that I told you about, they could be rationalized. So, that's good theory. A good theory is theory where you get a high return from the extra assumptions you put in a model. You get one extra assumption delivers 4 new results. That's great. So that's why, among many reasons, this is sort of a classical paper. Now, Mellitz focused on the export side. There's a lot of work out there that has sort of shown that the firm-level dimension to trade is a very fruitful way to think about other decisions of firms. Firms in Sweden are not only thinking about where should they sell their products, they're often thinking about where should they get the parts and components that go into maybe the machines that they're producing here and selling to Germany. So the importing decision is a very important decision to understand the global economy. And there's been a lot of work, mine included, that has sort of outlined that the same facts that apply on the export side apply on the import side, and that has tried to make sense of that. In other work, that's sort of my older self, when I was in grad school, when looking at the importing decision and thinking about how firms carry out those decisions, something that struck me as very important, it might matter for exporting too, but it certainly matters for importing, is the notion that when I'm interacting with producers in different countries, I'm going to be interacting with producers that are in a different legal environment. Okay, these international transactions, the contractual aspects of them are special. They're quite different than domestic transactions. And that leads to kind of firm-level decisions that take into considerations factors that are typically ignored in neoclassical theory of, say, the Heckscher-Ohlin type. Now, let me, obviously could talk a lot about this literature. I want to move to the policy implications of that. And I would flag a few. I think that's probably something that Mark did a couple of years ago. But I think why policymakers should be excited, and probably are excited about this line of research, is because it does have important implications for the optimal design of trade policies. These are frameworks where if you have the sense that you should care about, medium, small firms and might, help them more than, say, large companies. I mean, the traditional models, they didn't give you any sort of way to think about that. These models give you that sense, in the sense that it identifies which are the marginal firms that if you kind of give them a little bit of a push, might start exporting. It's also frameworks that allow you to think about why should the government be giving them a push? What is the market failure that rationalizes that? Okay, and there's work, very nice work by Wagner and Zahler, thinking about informational frictions which I think most people involved in export promotion, the one market failure that would identify is, well, you know, they should be exporting, they just don't know about it, that we need to provide information. So these frameworks can speak to this, and there's some folks that have been pushing that dimension. I think for political economy, I mean, you know, I'll come back to this if I have time. Trade economists think about optimal policy, they think about actual policies, and we know that actual policies are shaped by political processes. Political processes are often shaped by lobbying, and lobbying is largely carried out by firms, and it's largely carried out by very large firms. So understanding how heterogeneity in firm size shapes policies, export policies, import policies, is a very fruitful area. Matilde Bombardini, a former student of mine, has some very nice work on that, and political science. Kim at MIT, Sloan, MIT Political Science, has some very good work looking at firm-level lobbying contributions and how where in the size distribution firms they are and what they do in world markets affects their lobbying. You're closer to my own research, with Bob Steger, who's now the chief economist of the WTO, we have this work illustrating how these contractual aspects that very much shape importing or sourcing decisions, they carry important implications for the design of the WTO. Bob had been pushing that the concepts of reciprocity and MFN were sufficient to kind of elicit cooperation across countries. We showed in this paper that in the presence of contractual frictions, that this was a little bit less clear, that it basically gives room to firms to kind of do pricing and other decisions that might actually complicate matters and hamper cooperation. So that's part one, firm-level approach to trade. The second one is a very connected, and everything I'm going to say is connected, obviously. I mean, a lot of the work that I'm going to be referring to could be put in basically any of these four categories. But I want to draw a distinction between models of exporting and importing and models of multinational firms and global value chains. And here, you know, at some level, at the firm level, it's just, it expands the set of firms that you consider, a set of firm-level decisions that you consider. It's not just exporting or importing. A Swedish company might decide to export, might decide to import. They might decide to set up an affiliate in Bulgaria, or they might be producing machines that are sold to some firm in the US that is using these machines to produce some goods. Okay, so the idea here is that we're no longer in a world where we're exchanging final products, say wine for cloth, as in Ricardo's work, but more and more, if you were to kind of go and look at what's in customs forms, what the typical transaction in a customs forms is what we call a slice, a part of a larger value chain. If you think about semiconductors, how semiconductors are produced, this is not you just take raw materials and you process them in a factory. It's a very complex production process. It starts with innovation, but you're going to get like, you're going to need silicon, you're going to need to purify it, wafer fabrication, assembly, and so on. This is a sequence of stages, what one needs to be done before the other. And what we've seen in this industry and in many others is a complete fragmentation of these production processes. And that's just part of it, right? As you all know, there's a company in the Netherlands, ASML. Okay, you need to know all these acronyms, TSMC. This is a very complicated industry to kind of master. But this is not the whole picture. We know there's some machine producers in the Netherlands. That's a choke point for the industry. That's not there. Okay, so this is a very complex, fragmented production process. Is this new? At some level, it's not, right? If I came here and I wanted to say, Ohlin said everything, I could put up this quote where Ohlin himself, in his classical 33 book, argued, you know, we should be thinking about this multi-stage production processes. But obviously, in his theoretical work, you know, he didn't expand a lot on that. And recent work has tried to kind of break into that. Without getting into the details, I mean, the kind of big conceptual aspect in this literature is the idea that when I look at something like that, I can't really treat each of these transactions independently from the other ones. The demand, you know, how many chips are going to come out of the assembly factory in Southeast Asia, it's certainly a function of the number of wafers that were produced in the wafer fabrication factory and so on and so forth. These transactions are linked to each other. When we look at national data, national statistics, trade statistics, we only see a slice of these value chains. And that's sort of a problem because we understand that in reality, these are things that are jointly determined with many other decisions, some of them occurring maybe very far away. Okay, so these are models where, when you model this phenomena, the firm-level decisions as to where do I do stuff and how much do I demand of this stuff, this you need to take into consideration what is this part of and what is happening elsewhere in the globe. Okay, so it's about interdependencies, but not the type of general equilibrium interdependencies that we learned from Heckscher-Ohlin, among others, or the type of industry equilibrium interdependencies that we learned from Mark Mellett's, for instance, but this is really firm-level interdependencies. Now, where do multinationals come in? Well, they're key players in setting up these global value chains. It's not everything is occurring within multinational companies, but they are certainly big players, and I'll illustrate that next. Okay, so this follows from very recent work of mine with Teresa Ford, Felix Tintelnot, and Evgeny Fadiev at Duke, where we've been working for 10 years now with confidential US data. So we have access to US census data, US exports, US imports, and we recently merged this with the data on the foreign operations of US companies. So from the point of view of firms in the US, we observe what they do in the US, what they export, what they import, and if some of them went and set up affiliates abroad, we have that information. There's lots of stuff we're doing and we've done with it, but let me just give you some descriptive statistics that I think are quite revealing. So when we looked at the US manufacturing sector, and I'm taking a broad view of manufacturing here, these are any firm in the US that does some manufacturing. Obviously, we know that some of the bigger manufacturers in the US, they earn a lot of, do a lot of sales outside of manufacturing these days. But let's just treat them as manufacturing. We have about 250,000 firms in the US of that type, of which US-based multinationals are only about 1,500 of them, okay? If you look at foreign companies that operate in the US, think about Toyota, for instance, has a plant somewhere in Virginia, or I always get it wrong, Tennessee, somewhere in that area of the US. There's a bunch of foreign companies that are operating in the US. There's 2,200 of them, actually. So, not trivial, but about 1.5% of all these firms are multinationals. So not many. Yet, when you look at their employment among these firms, you look at their sales, or you look at their imports and exports, they dominate, okay? If you just take 3,750 companies in the US, you get close to 90% of exports and imports. So that's, first point is granularity, the fact that I showed you the top 1% dominate exports and imports. A lot of these companies are multinational. And second, it matters, because we know that these are not just firms that operate abroad. We know that their foreign operations are non-trivial, okay? By some measures, the volume of sales of these companies is often close to as large, 75% as large as their domestic sales. So it's not just they have a little post abroad. No, they have sizable operations. If stuff happens abroad, that's going to come back to affect them in the US, might affect their exports and imports. So these interdependencies are not just a theoretical curiosity. They're likely to be relevant. Another way to illustrate the importance of US trade, of multinationals, is the fact, at least in the US, that intra-firm trade is dominant. About 50% of US imports are transacted within firm boundaries. That, that's a figure number that I discovered in grad school, and I was just amazed. For various reasons, the magnitude, but also, we've been schooled on the benefits of trade as how the market mechanism allocates resources in its most efficient way, comparative advantage, and so on. It's a little puzzling that 50% of US imports bypass the market mechanism. Okay, so that should give you a pause. I'm still a believer in the market mechanism and in free trade, but it sort of tells you something about markets and versus firms. As I mentioned before, these interdependencies have generated an active literature trying to kind of work out how to model these things, and I'm not going to bore you with that. I could, but I'm not going to do that. It involves like the development of new tools, so young people, mathematically inclined people have been quite excited about this, and there's a body of work that has emerged from that. I want to focus on the policy lessons, okay? So what we've shown in work is, for instance, through these global production decisions, the exporting, the importing, the affiliate decision, and all this stuff, what we observe is what emerges natural explanations for the rise of superstar firms. Superstar firms are firms that are maybe inherently more productive or inherently produce more desirable products than other companies, but these firms have leveraged globalization to increase their size orders of magnitude more than the size of other firms. And I think that has a lot to do with their global productions. Import competition shocks, we've shown in work that they operate very differently than in traditional models. In the US, the China shock literature building on Otto, Dorn, and Hansen has been a classical work illustrating just the sheer negative impact of US increased imports from China on US labor markets. When you look at the firm level data, you see a more nuanced picture. Of course, there are firms that shrank and were driven out of the market by Chinese competition. But we can all think about some US firms that benefited a lot from the China shock, just because it allowed them to go and produce in China at lower costs, lower prices, sell more. Think about Apple. Apple hasn't produced in the US for a long time. Is Apple negatively affected by the China shock? It's not obvious. So when we look at the labor market impact of these policies, you need to understand that different firms are treated differently, and some might be benefiting from some shocks that is negatively impacting other firms. When you look at trade policy, you really want to think hard about how you design protection, if you are so inclined, whether you want to set tariffs on consumer goods, you want to set tariffs on input goods. Tariffs on inputs have much richer effects than tariffs on final goods. They're not just protecting your producers, which they are, because there might be some of your producers that are input producers, but they're having downstream effects because they're increasing the cost of your downstream producers. And that's something, it's not just a theoretical curiosity. We're seeing a lot of this come up now in the light of Trump tariffs, where you have the automakers, for instance, very unhappy with some of the policies that are jacking up their price, the price of their inputs. Connecting to the quantitative literature, these are frameworks that tend to generate welfare implications from trade that are orders of magnitude larger than more traditional models. And a simple way to think about this is, if you think about globalization as now the slicing of this value chains, it is like putting comparative advantage on steroids. It's not just the cloth or the wine. Now you can break things up into very, very finely disaggregated processes or parts and exploit the fact that different countries are particularly good at that. So that's good. Trade is better than in traditional models. What's the counterpart of that? If you start having protection, the costs are going to be higher as well. So the cost of tariff wars tend to be much higher in these frameworks. How am I doing on time? 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay. All right. Quantitative trade theory. I can be brief here. So when I said there's high demand for trade economics expertise, part of it is some of us telling them about conceptual aspects, but people want numbers. People want to know what's going to happen when I put this policy. We have ways to provide answers. In the 20th century, the dominant way was through computable general equilibrium models, which I believe are still widely used in many central banks, or I believe you folks here at the National Board of Trade are using CGEs. In research, we've moved away from them into what we call quantifiable general equilibrium models of the Eaton and Cordham side. What are the main differences? The main differences is, from a theoretical point of view, these are more appealing frameworks because they're a bit simpler. They're simpler to interpret. Sometimes we can provide these numbers with pencil and paper. That is, the models identify a set of sufficient statistics that if you measure or you estimate some parameters, you get a welfare number. So theory is like that. We understand where these welfare numbers are from. We understand which are the parameters that we can try to credibly estimate in the data to make sure we provide robust policy advice. Okay? So that's great, and at some level, if we play the game of judging theories based on how well they fit the data, it's unbeatable because, for technical reasons I'm not going to get into, these models actually fit the data exactly. Okay? Now I have some qualms about this, and the qualms are based on some of the things that comes out of this framework. Okay, for instance, a paper that's gotten a lot of attention recently is a work by Lashkaripur in the JIE, where he did a quantitative analysis of what would be the welfare implications of a global tariff war. That's, we all want to know that. If we were to go to a global tariff war, what would happen? And what would happen in this framework is countries would set super high tariff rates. That's what these models generate, very high optimal tariff rates. And in some cases, as I flag here, they deliver some funky results. So according to these measures, Taiwan should be celebrating that there is a tariff war. Okay? Why? Because, you know, in their preferred estimation, they would want to have a 90% tariff. So a tariff war unleashes this desire to have high tariffs. But we all know that if Taiwan would never put a 90% tariff on the US. You know, these models are certainly missing some of the things that Anders was talking about, geopolitics. But beyond that, I think there's something off with the framework. So I always treat them with a grain of salt. Empirical work unshackled. Don't have time to talk about this. But essentially, I think empirical work in trade was shackled for many decades. This was a field dominated by theorists. Theorists developed frameworks. Empiricists were testing the frameworks. It was very much directed to kind of testing theories. We've seen a wave of work that is often detached from theory. I found this new cool data set. I can study this. I can run a randomized control trial. Without necessarily testing a theory, I'm finding patterns in the data. And I find that personally, even though I'm a theorist, I find that very refreshing. And if you're curious, you can read about that. All right. So what are, moving on to aspects where I think we need more work. And the paper I delve upon among a series of things. I'm going to zoom in on a couple here. In the paper, I talk about oligopoly, national security, behavioral economics, redistributive policies, and others. I'm going to say a word about national security and behavioral economics, and I kind of feel like I should say something about redistributive policies because of something Vinny said last night over dinner, so maybe I'll do that, but I'm not going to have much time. Oligopoly I'm going to skip, but because it's kind of obvious that if I showed you the figures that I've showed you with the high dominance of large companies dominating trade, it's a bit weird that the canonical models of trade, the Krugman-Mellits, every single model I've written probably assumes monopolistic competition, which is at odds with this. So we need to figure out a way to do this. Okay. Sooner or later, if you want to understand the semiconductors industry, I mean, you need to understand a dozen companies that dominate this industry. So we need to kind of absorb more from I/O in our work. Obviously, the field has tried to do that, but it's sort of, I don't think there's been major breakthroughs, and at some point we're going to have to crack this. Coming to under stuff, national security. We need to pay closer attention to this. We know what's happening. We know that there's a sense in which national security is something that policymakers appear to be caring more and more about. It touches upon issues that are related to work on global value chains, because we understand that national security concerns might be particularly dear in situations in which a policymaker does not know exactly what's happening, because their companies are part of complex value chains and they don't really know what level of exposure they might have. Some folks, like Max Alexiv, a student of mine, has been documented the sense in which policymakers are making explicit these concerns by an increasing labeling of goods as dual-use goods. Dual-use goods are goods that are both consumption goods, but that are goods that might be used for some national, that might create some national security concerns. Obviously, nuclear warheads would have always been treated as a critical good, or sort of a problematic good. Now we're seeing more and more goods, semiconductors, others, that we understand can be used for things that might come back to bite us. So this is not going to go away anytime soon. Maybe I'm pessimistic here, but we need to embrace this more. What do I have in mind? We need to have, we need to kind of think about optimal policy and political economy theories of trade policy that take this more into account. And I know Vinny is going to say, well, I've been doing this for 40 years. So exactly that's what I'm saying. There has to be more of a cross-dissemination or cross-pollination of ideas between economics and international political economy or international relations. In the same way that we think about optimal trade policy in economics as a social planner that is setting tariffs maybe in situations in which the country has some market power in an optimal manner, we think about political economy reasons why governments that are somewhat politically motivated might protect some companies in exchange for some sort of lobbying or something like that. We probably need to think about theories in which policymakers are maximizing some objective function that takes into account economics, but takes into account national security. And that raises a bunch of interesting questions that for which I don't think, at least economists, maybe Vinny, I'm really looking forward to what you have to say about this, I don't think economists have good answers. What do governments actually maximize when they consider national security? If there is such a thing, is there a social marginal rate of substitution between real income and national security? If I'm told that reshoring into the US is going to decrease the probability of the US losing a war with China, it's going to reduce it by 2%, how do I weigh that against a 30% increase in the price index? I don't know exactly how to balance these things, but maybe there's a scientific way to tackle this. How to think about trade policy and the structure of international political alliances. Is there a reason, theoretical reason for countries seeking to form alliances or alienating alliances like the Trump administration seems to be doing these days? How are alliances formed? How are they reshaped? Again, I think we need more work in the space of IR. Behavioral economics, this is something that my colleagues gave me a harder time about. There was a lot of excitement about what I had to say about this. I think behavioral economics is growing in economics, but the trade field has not really done much on that. And I think there are good reasons for this. If world trade flows are dominated by a small number of very large companies, these are sophisticated companies. It's not obvious that the government should step in and be concerned about their decisions not maximizing, not being consistent with social welfare maximization. So yes, firms maximize profits. Consumption, it's not clear. Consumers, when they make decisions, they make irrational decisions that affect trade flows in a significant way. The way that I think behavioral economics matters is because, and why it matters a lot for why we are where we are, is because we need to pay attention about how people feel about trade. And how people feel about trade is often biased by a bunch of things. What we've seen in the US is disruptions, labor market disruptions coming from the China shock. Those have created losers, they've created winners, but for whatever reason, it's pretty obvious to me that losers feel the pain much more than the winners feel the gains. So in terms of perceptions, even though we might continue to argue that trade is a good thing, and we should continue to argue that trade is a good thing, this is not a view that is widely shared. And I have the sense that I think we should better understand why. And it's not just about better telling people why trade is a good thing, it's just understanding how people think about trade and then figuring out if there's a way to convey the information in a way that is going to be more palatable. I'm getting signs that I should stop, so I'm going to stop. Let me just say one more thing, okay? Which is, on the policy or an empirical front, let me just put a set of questions that, again, there has been some work, but I think more work is needed. And it's particularly relevant for policy. We have good work on randomized controlled trials, trying to think about how exporting affects productivity performance, but we need larger scale randomized controlled trials. And for that, we need a collaboration between governments and researchers. We need to kind of work with trade agencies, export promotion agencies, to better help them delineate policies that are particularly effective. We need intergovernmental cooperation to merge data sets to better delineate what do global value chains look like. Can we paint a picture of more and more sectors by governments sharing information? We need to better understand how geography shapes physical production and innovation, and whether the distance between innovation and physical production is relevant for the productivity of innovation, and how that interplays with national security. If we want to help the climate crisis, we need data and models to better assess to what extent global value chains leave a carbon footprint. And obviously services are a growing part of economies, and they're increasingly traded, yet the data we have to analyze them is really, really very poor. There's much more I could say, but I think I should stop here and take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul Antras, for that excellent and insightful overview. Do we have time for questions, Per?
Yes, we do. I first wanted just to thank you for this, because one big premise for this whole conference at the beginning was when we realized that there has really been a revolution in trade theory and empirics in the 21st century. But when I talk to policymakers, I often hear, Ricardo, it's about comparative advantage and wine for cloth, basically. So thank you so much for finally bringing attention to this revolution that has happened. And just on a side note too, when we had Mark Mellitz here 2 years ago, I expected him to talk about, firm heterogeneity, but he didn't. So I'm so happy that you also brought that up. So you basically covered this session and the last years. Okay. We have time for one question. Who would like to ask a question? Don't be shy. Back here, Iana.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting, and thank you for updating everyone on the state of research. I have a little bit of a question. Where are we in terms of research on really the services side of trade policy? You have the impression that cross-border services trade has boomed. I myself, I'm a microscopic cross-border trader, a small media company operating in Europe, selling subscriptions worldwide. Where do I appear in statistics? And I am the result of, a single market in the EU, generally open, an open financial, an open data system, et cetera, et cetera. Can you say a few words about that, or is research still too, rudimentary in this field? Thank you.
Good question. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the slides that I skipped there. I don't think, some people might disagree, but I don't think we have very robust results coming of that agenda. And there's two main reasons for this. So the first one is conceptual. What is a service, right? So, when we think about manufacturing, we have a way to think about them like a consistent set of forces that we think are going to shape a bunch of manufacturing processes. They might differ in the intensity with which they use various factors, but we have a way to think about this. When I think about services, and I've, for 20 years, I've been sort of trying to carve out some time to think about it, I just think about the variety of services, and they're very different in how they're provided, the type of people they use. So, in standard classifications, we have like different modes to think about, mode one, mode two. So that tells you something about, it's a harder thing to kind of conceptualize crisply. Second, on the data front, as you know, statistical agencies often collect the service data in a very coarse manner, okay? So I don't know exactly what you do, where it would be, but it would probably be in one of 20 categories where you bunch together with other services that have nothing to do with what you do, which in sort of seeing how policy might affect services, it's obviously a limitation. Now, why am I hopeful about the future is because, and I'd sort of skip that as well, but what I'm seeing is more and more use of ingenious new data sources. There's folks that are using customs forms, but there are a bunch of people that are scraping information from the internet. There are companies that are collecting data, and they do so with a profit motive in mind, which is maybe I collect data and then I sell it to companies that want to know what my competitors are doing. And some of these companies, like Altana in the US, I think they're collecting really very large data sets that come straight from SAP, stuff from companies that are sharing their data because that's the price they pay to get access to other companies' data. And they're letting some researchers, obviously with like, a bunch of sort of security clearance and things like that, to get access to that. And when I see SAP data, now I know a little bit better what is it exactly the service that you're doing. The disaggregation is very different. So I do think that we're going to break this hurdle at some point, but we're not there yet. But I'm hopeful.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we don't have time for another question, but there will soon be
we have all day,
so
don't come see me at the break.
I just want to say one more thing, Jana. We have Petter Stålenheim here also, our head of statistics, and he could probably tell you where you appear in the statistics of the services trade during the break. Thank you so much, Paul, for this excellent first start of the conference. Now we are 4 minutes late, and we'll start. We'll take some time from coffee break later to catch up. The purpose of this conference, of course, is to link policymaking to research. Researchers present the state of knowledge as best they know, and decision makers react to this and discuss how policy can be improved. This year, we also face unprecedented challenges for the international trading system, as you know. The question of how we can design a rules-based trading system for the new era is therefore on everyone's mind. Few are better suited to give the policy keynote address on this topic than Arantxa González Laya, Dean of the Paris School of International Affairs at Sciences Po, and the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain. And of course, to me, equally important, you were the Chief of Staff of the WTO Director Pascal Lamy for almost 8 years. Welcome up on stage.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for this invitation to come to Stockholm and the temptation to talk about a new World Trade Order. And to do that in the temple of comparative advantages, which is what Heckscher-Ohlin is about. And to do that at the time when comparative advantages are not a matter for economists, but rather politicians. They're changing comparative advantages with a stroke of a pen. So it reminded me of this famous baseball player. I know that we are in the country of football, but hey, it's good to be contrarian. Yogi Berra, he said, you know, baseball is 90% mental and the other half is physical. Well, trade policy is 90% economics, but the other half is basically politics. So let's talk a little bit about the politics. And let me start by saying, being a bit parochial, it's not every day that I speak after a great Spanish economist, and I'm followed by another Spanish economist, Alicia. So let me tell you that this is a very proud moment for me as a Spaniard. I want to walk you, if I may, through 3 parts. How did we get here? What has changed? And how do we think about a trade order in the future? And I will use order with a lot of humbleness, given the state of affairs and given the world we are in, which, in my view, is not going to change for the foreseeable future. How did we get here? I like to think that we lived in an orderly world from a trade point of view, very clearly so since 1995, but something happened in 2008 that was an incredible inflection point. And I'm not sure we realized at that time how much the 2008 financial crisis was an inflection point for international trade. 3 things happened in 2008 that marked a lot of how we got here. First, in the US, the 2008 crisis resulted in growing hostility by the American public, by the American citizens, towards international trade. They associated lots of the negative impact of the financial crisis, and it had a huge cost on the US economy. They associated this to international trade, and they grew incredibly hostile to international trade, and they've carried this hostility to today with the consequences that we now know. Doesn't matter that the origin of the problem was not international trade, that was the poor state of the regulatory framework of the financial activities in the US. Never mind that we are repeating the same problem today, by the way. The citizens did not perceive this as being about finance. They perceived this about being about markets, open markets, and they call this trade. So a big doses of behavioral economics would have helped us understand that there was a soft point there. The second was the lessons that China drew from the 2008 financial crisis. In a nutshell, for China, the 2008 financial crisis was the crisis of American-style capitalism and a doubling down on capitalism with Chinese characteristics. And this is what drove China in a big way, in a marked way a few years later with the arrival of Xi Jinping, succeeding Hu Jintao to build the Made in China 2025, the dual circulation, and the rest. The third is for Europe. The 2008 financial crisis led to a lost decade where Europeans lost precious time to strengthen their economy, to integrate their single market, to become more productive, to invest in growth, to invest in technology. This is also a big lesson for us Europeans, especially because the problems have accumulated. And the task ahead of us now is much greater than it was back in 2008. And we now know that the best antidote that we have to navigate the complicated, the turbulent waters of today's geopolitics, but also economics, lies in doing what we missed doing in this last decade. So, American protectionism, Chinese overcapacities, European weakness is what started in 2008. A lot happened after 2008. We, of course, had the first Donald Trump presidency. We had Brexit. We had COVID. We had growing domestic populism in many of our countries. And then, obviously, these three trends have massively accentuated with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, with the return of war, open war, kinetic war on the European continent, with the growing Sino-American rivalries centered around technologies, and with the unilateral US trade policies under the second Trump administration. We are now in a different trade era. We have exited this world that we built in 1995. And I have to say that sometimes when I get up in the morning, I have a stomachache because for many years, I was part of many, many blue collars that were putting the little bricks into this order that I now see being significantly weakened. We have to be lucid, because being nostalgic about where we came from is not a strategy. So if we want to build a strategy, and nostalgia is not one, let's look at the factors that have changed. In which way has this order changed? I have four elements that I want to put to you this morning. The first one is obviously the fact that there is less self-restraint on the side of members of this order, no respect for international norms, international treaties, international principles. It's painful, but it's a reality that many members simply do not abide by the rules they themselves have given themselves. And this is an order, is as good as the members of this order are ready to accept the self-limitations that this order offers. The moment you don't feel bound by those restrictions, the order is significantly weakened. Now, some of the reasons why the order is being disregarded may sound very, may sound reasonable. You know, you want to be unshackled to respond to your adversaries. You want to be unconstrained to follow policies and practices at home that would give you an advantage, a comparative advantage, even if it is a distorted one. But the fact of the matter is that in doing so, the order is weakening. Where have we left? Article 16 of the WTO agreement that says each member shall ensure the conformity of its laws, regulations, and administrative procedures with its obligations as provided in the Annex Agreement. This is what the WTO treaty says, that members shall respect the agreements that they have signed. So the first characteristic of this new trade era is a weakening of the order, and with it, obviously, the weakening of the institution that is meant to look after this order. And that's the World Trade Organization. The second, so this first challenge to face is a challenge to the order itself. The second difference, the second departure from the past order, the second element of the new order, is the weaponization of interdependence. Using a central position in the provision of certain goods, or certain services, economists call these nodes. So using a specific position in these very crucial nodes, and we now know that there are a few of them around, some that we had really simply not identified, some that some countries had been studiously building around in a very discrete manner, are now becoming very evident. So it's essentially using the central position in the provision of those goods or services to project power and to coerce your rivals. So trade becomes a weapon, a coercive tool of a state power. So this is a big change in the paradigm itself, because the paradigm was, if I quote, I like to read, I'm a lawyer, so I like to read legal texts. And the preamble of the WTO says that members want to raise standards of living, they want to achieve full employment, optimally using the world's resources, entering into reciprocal and mutually advantageous arrangements to substantially reduce tariffs and other barriers to trade. This is what they say. So basically, we've moved from a paradigm of using trade as a tool for growth, employment, optimal use of resources, to a tool to coerce, through power, other nations. So, yeah, the second is the challenge to the very purpose of the order. Third, and it's linked to the second one, is the rise in the economic security agenda. There is many people in this room that will talk about this, so I will not dwell on that, but suffice it to say that essentially the economic security agenda, in a nutshell, is accepting less efficiency for the sake of gaining insecurity. Now, how much for how much is not very clear. Centered around this economic security agenda is the principle of national security, which has gone from capital N, capital S, and this is why this provision was hardly used by members of the trading community. Even during the Cold War, everyone understood that one using it would trigger the others using it too, and it was like the nuclear button. It was mutually assured destruction. This constraint is also gone. We now have a use and an abuse of national security where nuclear warheads are not national security, but washing machines are national security. Shoes are national security, textiles are national security. And everything can be obviously national security, because you can always say that this is important to the security of the nation, and who could question that? So The third challenge is a challenge to the balance in the order. The balance that was always there is an implicit balance between efficiency and security. It is now clearly imbalanced or rebalanced towards security. The fourth significant change is the rise in South-South trade. Is new actors, is a change also in the dynamics of international trade. Last year was the first time in the history of international trade where South-South trade, measured not in value but in volume, exceeded North-North or North-South. It speaks of a redrawing of the map of international trade. Now, a lot of this has to do with China, but it's also beyond China. But it also has to do with China. If we look at the figures that were released a couple of days ago, we can already see that the closure of the American market for all purposes to Chinese exporters has meant not a decrease in Chinese exports, but a reshuffling of Chinese exports, redirecting Chinese exports to other nations, and many of these other nations, in addition to the European Union, obviously, are in the south. So we also have a change in the dynamics. So how do we approach this, and this is the trickiest part, you know, because describing what has happened is kind of easy, right? So what do? That's the part that it's a little bit more, in my view, will require a little bit more discussion and conversation. In particular, in Europe, I don't think we've had this discussion in a serious manner, and we need to have this discussion in a serious manner. Because I live in France, I like to quote French writers, and I've come across this quote that I love to explain the current situation. It's from Paul Valéry. He said, "The two dangers constantly threatening the world is order and disorder." Now, why do I raise this? Because order, hiding behind the old order, not to change it, to adapt it to the current circumstances, is also a danger. So, in my view, we have to adjust. Now, I would like to put 4 principles to frame how we may want to look at how to adapt the order, or change the order, or modulate the order, or have a little bit more order in the disorder, whichever way we want to call it. The first principle would be to say that systemic would be preferable to purely transactional. So systemic speaks of, and this is particularly relevant to many nations in the international trading community that don't have power and therefore need some form of protection in some structural mechanisms to avoid just being subject to purely transactional policies. The second principle I would want to put on the table is that flexibility is better than instability. That we are going to have to think the order in a different way from the manner in which we've thought about these. We perhaps have to think it more à la carte. We perhaps have to think of this order more in a dynamic manner, a bit like the Paris Climate Agreement, which we in the trading community always like to criticize because it was never as good, as perfect an edifice as the trading edifice. But maybe we have to look a little bit more closely at that model. More flexibilities, but also greater economic scrutiny over the use of these flexibilities. And I want to link to something that Paul said, which in my view is extremely important. One of the areas where we have seen an explosion of flexibilities is in the area of so-called industrial policies. And I am not sure that we are doing a serious analysis of the economic costs and the economic benefits and the trade-offs involved. So the second principle would be to accept that the order would have to be flexible, adaptable, modulable, and that we would need greater scrutiny of the economic community over the use that would be done of the flexibilities. The third principle would be comprehensive is preferable to purely mercantilist. And I'm saying this because in many countries, purely mercantilist today simply is not palatable. In many nations, you cannot disconnect trade from climate change, or trade from jobs, or trade from gender. So the framework needs to also cater for all these passerelles, all these bridges between the trading community and the other communities around that today are inextricably linked in the eye of the voter that at the end of the day is the one who decides on trade policy, at least in this part of the world. The fourth and final principle would be plurilateral is probably preferable to unilateral. Now, the optimal, we know, is multilateral, but if that optimal is not available, maybe let's think in terms of plurilateral. And this is where I see a big opportunity in the ongoing work to build a partnership between the European Union and the members of the CPTPP. And I see this because I see in this group of countries a possibility to be incubators of this new order, especially looking at areas that would matter a lot for the future, which we are not really discussing. We are talking about tariffs on socks, but we are not discussing data and electronic commerce. We are not discussing resilience of value chains. We are not discussing the link between trade and climate change. On these and much more, in my view, this constellation of countries, obviously, everyone has understood that in this constellation of countries, there are two elephants missing, and that's fine, is a good way maybe to think of how to articulate a more pluralistic view of rules that will matter for the future. Certainly, with my hat in Sciences Po, with the Jacques Delors Institute and Friends of Europe, and with colleagues, including here in Commerce Collegium, we intend to dwell on this starting towards the end of the year with some form of scholars and policymakers gathered around the table to discuss how to do this. I've listened attentively to Paul, so I want to put 3 comments on where I think we need to sharpen our economic analysis and our economic tools. So I will offer this for free. This is not my line, but I can see how much we need to dwell on these 3 topics. The first one is clearly on geoeconomics, where we need to, be a little bit better at understanding how do we incorporate security into trade policy. And I fear that if we do this through the lens of, here are my friends, here are my geopolitical allies, here are my enemies, this is going to be a bit of a short framework for this analysis. First, because on international trade, we've understood that friends keep changing all the time, that who was your best friend and your best ally can turn into your biggest enemy. And second, because there is plenty of countries that are polyamorous, polyaligned, and they have no intention of tying themselves to a single mast. So maybe we have to think this not so much from the perspective of countries, but rather think it through the perspective of where do we have excessive dependencies that we need to hedge for the future. Second, I've always been struck by how difficult this conversation on data on trade is when we use gross trade data. But our economies work on the basis of value addition. And this is a huge problem also to do the convincing part, to do the explanatory part, to engage with politicians. I remember going to very often to US Congress with data that had nothing to do with the reality of the economy. No, the iPhones that were coming from China, the famous story of the iPhones, it meant billions in exports from China to the US, but it represented very little value added that was, in a way, replacing American workers. So we need a more concerted effort to build input-output data with less assumptions, because garbage in, garbage out, and we have too much garbage at the moment. And all of this has to do with data. And come on, in the era of artificial intelligence, to say that we don't have the right trade data is frankly not credible. Third point, and it has to do with data. A lot of the data could be gathered by customs, which are gatekeepers. At the moment, they don't do this. They collect a lot of garbage data. Sorry, quote unquote. They do their job. It's not that they don't do their job. They do their job, but they are mandated with very old customs paradigms. I was invited by the European Commission to do a reform of the European Union, to lead an expert group on the reform of the European Union customs union. The back office of international trade that no one likes to look at because it's just not fancy enough. This back office has a huge potential to be gathering the right data, the right information directly from businesses, directly on prices, not on estimated values, directly to the authorities in one data warehouse through one agency in the European Union. We just need all member states to adopt this reform. And there, I'm looking at my Swedish friends because you will be very instrumental in getting this reform through. But if we do that, we have there a possibility to get a lot of data with a new model that may be replicable by customs authorities in other countries where we get what we need to do good economics. So I'll stop here, and obviously very happy to take questions or observations if useful. And let me end with an encouragement to you, to Commerce Collegium, to keep at it, to keep your eye on the ball, to think of how the new order should be built, to think on how the EU can contribute to this order, and to, if possible, help us get a bit better data to do better economics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Arantxa. It's always a very good pleasure to listen to you. I was thinking about, we talked last night over dinner, and it turns out that you've not met you and Paul. Is that true?
We're going to do that right now.
In Sweden...
But I read him.
Yeah, that's what he said too.
I read him a lot.
And in Sweden, everybody knows everyone, but apparently Spain is a bigger country. And of course, we would like to, as you mentioned, participate in the project, the EU CPTP project. So we're delighted to do that later in the fall. Now, do we have any questions, do we?
Yes, I also want to say thank you for raising the issue with data. I mean, that's something that we're trying to work with every day. So I think we really need to make a bigger effort there. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, let's start over here.
Thank you so much. My name is Jose Perez, also Spaniard, but Swedish also.
Love it. We love it.
I'm representing one of the trade union confederations here in Sweden, so we would be on the same level as UGT in Spain, or for instance, AFL-CIO in the US. I was thinking one of the points that Paul mentioned in the beginning, and that you also stressed in maybe briefly, but I would like you to elaborate that. That was, he said that the losers feel the loss more than the winners feel the gains. And you were also mentioning that maybe trade policies should have a more comprehensive approach. And I was thinking, on the 2nd of April, the United Automotive Workers in the US, they said that, well, they applauded the tariffs that was put forward by the White House. And I think that is very contrary to what we in Sweden would have done, because we are in favor, of course, of trade, but it has to be, the policies should be elaborated so that the losers do not feel the gains more than the winners feel the opposite, of course. The losers feel the loss more than the winners feel the gains. So I would be interested to hear if you could elaborate a bit more of what kind of more comprehensive trade policy would include, and if you see, for instance, Sweden or the European Union have a specific role in this, in fostering a trade policy that brings in the workers, the employees in our nations and societies.
Yeah, let me very briefly describe what has happened in these last months, because it's very interesting. The president of the US has promised protection to the auto workers. And of course, the auto workers are only too happy to get protection, right? If you feel weak, if you feel scared, if you feel that your competitors are doing a good job and you are under siege, and someone promises you protection, you will clap. It's only human. Now, scene 2, that's scene 1, but scene 2 is the following one. Is the CEO of the auto company whispering in the ears of the president of the US that maybe you should remove tariffs on these entrants on steel because we can't get the necessary input. Maybe you should exclude Mexico and Canada because we need to have our value chain work. Maybe, so is the CEO trying to put a bit of rationality in the measures that the workers have applauded. It tells you of a big dissonance. It tells you of a problem that is not being addressed with the right tool. The problem is workers' displacement. And workers' displacement, if I look at the American economy, will only get bigger given the next stage of technological development. And it's not now going to be just blue-collar workers, it's going to be, as we are seeing already, white-collar workers. This is what we are seeing with entrants, for example, in the legal profession. So the Schumpeterian work of churn, you know, that you have this creative distraction, it's all very good in theory until you are short of answers to offer to those that are not on, I found a job, but I lost my job. Now, perhaps, and this is where I think it's important to link this conversation to behavioral economics. We need to make this explicit. This is not explicit. In America, a big part of the workers think that they lost their jobs to nasty Chinese imports. And don't get me wrong, the Chinese imports were partly responsible for that, but there was also technology. And nobody blames technology for being the reason why they lost their jobs. No one is demonstrated in the streets to stop robots, to stop artificial intelligence. A lot of people are demonstrating on the streets to stop trade agreements. By the way, it's also partly what happens in this part of the world. It's not just in America. It's just that social safety nets in this part of the world are probably a little bit more robust than they are on the US side. So in my view, it should start by recognizing the problem. It should be by having this framed in a manner that corresponds to the reality so that we can then devise solutions to that. And the solutions will probably have less to do with trade policy itself. There is a little bit that you can play around with trade policy, minimally, but it would have to be with the trade and agenda that needs to be part of this conversation, which is why I think we cannot delink the conversation on opening markets from the conversation about the mechanisms we will develop to ensure we leave no one behind. I know sounds a little bit this very used sentence that the UN likes to use, but which in a way explains what the goal is. Sorry for the lengthy answer, but I do think that this is a malaise that needs to be addressed, and I'm not seeing a lot of addressing that. I'm counting a lot on economists to unpack this, at least have some empirical base from where to start this conversation.
Perfect, thank you very much. So I'm afraid we have to stop here, but you will be able to talk more during the upcoming coffee break. So thank you very much, Arantxa González, for you being here.
Thank you.
So now we reach the end of this policy keynote address, and it's time for some coffee. It will be served where it was this morning, same place. Be sure to be back here at 11 for our next session. Enjoy. Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope you had a chance to enjoy some coffee, but also exchange some thoughts with other participants. So before the break, we focused on research and evidence and how that can inform trade policy. Now we turn to history. What can we learn from earlier periods when it comes to the challenges that we're facing today? In this session, we'll hear from 3 speakers who bring different perspectives to the table, from academic research to trade analysis and trade policy expertise. First, each speaker by themselves, and then we'll have a panel discussion at the end. Unfortunately, I also want to mention that Edouard Boursieu from the European Commission was unable to attend due to illness, but we're very glad to still have a lot of perspectives represented in this session. So, to begin, I am very pleased to introduce Kevin O'Rourke, Professor of Economics at Sciences Po Paris and one of the world-leading economic historians. He will be discussing how the principle of most favored nation has shaped the trading system as we know it, and what earlier periods of protectionism can teach us about today's challenges. So with that, join me in welcoming Kevin O'Rourke to the stage.
Yeah, take out. Thanks very much for the invitation. I was asked to give some historical perspective, and there's any number of things I could have chosen to talk about. Living in a world where people wonder whether globalization makes war more or less likely. Well, we've been there before. Countries weaponizing trade dependencies, we've certainly been there before. And if you haven't read Albert Hirschman's 1945 book on national power and the structure of international trade, you should. It really does speak to today's situation. Arantxa mentioned the global financial crisis of 2008. Well, 1929 led to a huge wave of protectionism, as we know. Maybe these are some of the things that we can talk about in the Q&A. I wanted to talk about discrimination and non-discrimination in trade because it's something that I don't think has gotten enough airtime, but I think it's very important. But before I get onto that topic, let me just be a little bit self-indulgent because we're in Sweden and this is a Heckscher-Ohlin conference, and assert, or maybe just suggest, that if Heckscher and Ohlin had been alive today, they wouldn't have been surprised by the wave of protectionism that we've seen over the past 10, 15 years, because that's sort of what their models would predict. Their models are all about how globalization leads to both winners and losers. And economic historians who've used Heckscher-Ohlin frameworks to understand the past certainly haven't been surprised by what we've seen. This is a quote from a book that I wrote with Jeff Williamson a quarter of a century ago, where we looked at the globalization of the late 19th century, which is what motivated Heckscher and Ohlin in the first place. It's a period of huge trade flows, huge capital flows, huge labor flows. A lot of people do very well out of it. Quite a lot of people do badly out of it. It's not really surprising that the people who do badly out of it try to do something about that and use policy to mitigate their losses, and that's exactly what happens. So globalization backlash, we've been there before as well. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the United States turning away from the policy of non-discrimination, which it has been the great champion of since the 1930s. If you want a symbol of the United States' commitment to non-discrimination in trade, I think the Atlantic Charter is as good a place as any to start. Roosevelt and Churchill meet on a boat off the coast of Newfoundland in August 1941. The Americans aren't at war yet, but they soon will be. That's the way things are headed. And the two allies, future allies, draw up an 8-point plan for what the world ought to look like after the war has been won. Only 8 points. A lot of it is standard Wilsonian internationalism, no changing borders by force, this kind of thing, the right to self-determination. But point number 4 is basically, we will ensure that no matter who you are after the war, you will get access on equal terms to the trade and the raw materials of the world which you need. And that's what the Americans insisted on. Now, the lawyers and the diplomats here will notice there is a little bit of wiggle room here. There are some weasel words, which is with due respect for their existing obligations. And that's what the Brits put in, because it was the Europeans who actually quite liked discrimination, in this case, in favor of their colonial empires, and the Americans who were pushing strongly for a multilateral trading system. And that leads to Article 1 of the GATT, which basically says that, if you're a member of the GATT, then you can't discriminate against other members of the GATT. There are a number of well-known exceptions to this. There's, Article 24, I think, the free trade agreements, customs unions. The Brits, yet again, and the French got in grandfather clauses for their empires and so on. Yet again, it's the Americans insisting on discrimination. The Europeans saying, actually, we quite like discrimination, And so the point is that when Trump did this, everybody looked at the numbers and they said, gosh, they're very high. But what I look at is they're different. That's the point. They're different. That's about as illegal as it's possible to be. If he puts a 50% tariff on anybody, fine. But that's not what he's doing, right? And it's about as illegal as it's possible to be. And let's not forget that Article 1 of the GATT is Article 1. It's not Article 47 or 32.c. It's Article 1, and it's Article 1 for a reason. So he really did attack the fundamental basis of our international system. So I thought it might be useful to think about why the Americans got into that position in the first place, where they were the great advocates of non-discrimination in trade, because in fact that hadn't historically been their position, and maybe there are lessons there for themselves and for the rest of us. So let me begin by talking about the origins of this most favored nation clause. It actually goes back to the late medieval period, if you believe some scholars. But it became increasingly prominent in the 17th and 18th centuries. But in its modern form, it's largely associated with this treaty between Britain and France, the Cobden-Chevalier Treaty. That's Cobden over there to the left. He's the great apostle of. He's one of these liberal peace Montesquieu type people who think that free trade will make us all friendly with each other and so on. So they do a free trade deal with each other, and there's a series of other free trade deals are done, the Prussians, the Belgians, all of them bilateral, so you get this sort of spaghetti bowl of relationships, all of them incorporating this most favored nation clause. So what is it? So in this treaty, the French say, or the British say, France is the United Kingdom's most favored nation. And then the French say in return, and you, my dear British, are our most favored nation. Now we can perhaps amuse ourselves by speculating about which of those two statements is on the face of it more implausible, but actually it has a technical implication. And the technical implication, imagine now that the French, let's say, do a deal with Prussia, and they give the Prussians some concession on tariffs. They cut their tariff on rye from 10% to 5% or something. And the point is that the Prussians gave the French something in return for this. Well, because the United Kingdom is France's most favored nation, the French have got to give the same tariff concession to Britain free of charge. Free of charge, okay? Because otherwise the Prussians would have something that the British don't have. The Prussians would therefore be more favored than the British, but that's impossible because the British are the most favored nation of France. Okay, so you've got to extend costlessly to your most favored nation partners any privilege that you give to anybody else. That's what it means. Now, the Americans actually didn't go along with that. They signed treaties. The first one was with France. They had things in them called most favored nation clauses, but they were conditional. And basically what the Americans objected to was the notion that just because they made some concession to Prussia, let's say, in return for some corresponding concession back, the notion that they should then have to freely extend that to France seemed unfair. The French just got this for nothing. How is that fair? And so they would only give France what the Prussians got if the French gave the Americans what the Prussians had given the Americans. Okay, so the extension of the concession was conditional on some concession that was of equivalent value. Well, of course, it was the Americans who were the judge of what was of equivalent value or not. And you can well imagine that the Americans never regarded any concession that any of their prospective trade partners offered them as being equivalent in value. So this conditional most favored nation clause that they put in their treaties meant precisely nothing for their trading partners. In fact. And so the net result was, well, yeah, Weiner puts it very carefully, any concessions granted by virtue of their conditional MFN obligations were unintentional or were the consequences of inadvertence in American legislation. And they also had to go through a court process. So it basically was a useless concession. And the result was that basically, funnily enough, nobody ended up being very keen on doing trade deals with the Americans. Because you need that most favored nation guarantee, because, we give you stuff, you give us stuff back. If you then go and do a treaty with somebody else that gives them lower tariffs than us, then we're undercut in your market. And then that original trade deal isn't worth very much to us, you know? And so basically the Americans end up finding themselves being effectively discriminated against in international trade because they're so keen on not being ripped off by potential partners. You know, so they were very much into hard-nosed bargaining, and Weiner remarks that, you know, this sort of rather selfish and distrustful attitude led to, well, almost no concessions that were especially advantageous to them, except for one trade deal they did with the Brazilians, for which two US presidents subsequently had to apologize because it was so unfair. And so they have a debate about this. They switched to unconditional MFN in the early 20th century, but it's still a protectionist country, okay? But now they're going to be protectionist in a non-discriminatory way. And so what's going to happen next is there's going to be the Great Depression. And so I want to now talk about briefly, because we don't have that much time, is I want to talk about, first of all, the economic reasons why the Americans decided that non-discrimination was a good idea, and then finish up with the political reasons, which are, I think, probably more important. So on the economics, you know, as we heard before, June 1930, they introduced the Smoot-Hawley tariff. It's an unusual tariff in the context of the 1930s, in that most protection in the 1930s is due to the Great Depression. It's not the cause of the Great Depression. It happens because of the Great Depression. The roots of Smoot-Hawley, or Hawley-Smoot, stretch back further into the 1920s. It had to do with farmers who were facing falling food prices, and they were heavily indebted and so on. There was a political process that gave rise to Smoot-Hawley, and a lot of people were very unhappy about this, especially because, you know, the Great Depression was now hitting and they were potentially losing this important US market at a time when you needed markets, because the big problem was you couldn't sell what you were producing. Now, there's been a debate about whether, so there was retaliation then. And then there's been a debate about whether the retaliation really took place and was it effective or not. The debate happens because if you observe somebody putting up a tariff on a US good, well, it might be retaliation, but it might also have been that they were going to put that tariff up anyway for domestic reasons, and Smoot-Hawley is just an excuse. So how do we know if it's really retaliation or not is something that scholars have debated. Well, anyway, what I did with a couple of co-authors is we had quarterly bilateral trade data. So most gravity regressions exercises use annual data. We had quarterly data, and our fond hope was that we could use that more fine-grained temporal nature of our data to sort of identify the impact of retaliation by looking at, you know, the quarter that the retaliation happened, you know, because a lot of the retaliation didn't involve easily measurable things like tariffs. You know, there were non-tariff barriers and so on that were involved as well. And so we did a very sort of standard gravity exercise, and well, you can see the graph there, you can see what it looks like, you know. We're dividing the world up into countries that responded to Smoot-Hawley and didn't respond to Smoot-Hawley, and you can see that it looks like the responders really did cut their imports from the United States, and that something is going on here. I have 20 minutes apparently in total. When you do the gravity thing, the impact is, you know, a 30% decline. You know, so retaliation hit U.S. exports to the tune of 30% or so, which is a big effect. That's just retaliation. But then there's other stuff going on as well in the 1930s. The Europeans are engaging in discriminatory trade policy. They're forming imperial trade blocs. The Brits are lowering their tariffs on goods from India and Canada and Australia, but not doing so for foreign countries. When you look at what the impact of that is on US exports to Britain, for example, which is America's #1 destination, you can see that at its peak, US exports to Britain are being hit by 20%. That's a big number, you know. If you do the same for Argentina, you find that Argentinian trade policy is hitting US exports to Argentina by sort of 7% at the peak. And if you look at what the Canadians are doing just north of the border, this is looking not at the impact of changes after 1930s, just looking at the entire structure of Canadian protectionism. What you can see is that compared with a free trade counterfactual, Canadian protection is lowering US exports to Canada by about 20%. And the point is that, again, the Canadians are discriminating, you know, they're discriminating against the Americans and in favor of the Brits than other people. So the Americans were really suffering as a result of the trade discrimination of their trading partners. They had every interest to want to get to a multilateral, non-discriminatory trading system. But that's not the end of it, and it's maybe not even the most important bit of it. This is a table taken from the League of Nations. It basically shows you that the share of countries' empires in their imports and their exports is increasing over the course of the 1930s. So, in the British case, for example, in 1929, 30% of their imports are coming from the British Empire, and that number's gone up to 42% by the end of the decade. And if you look systematically across these tables, you see this is this is happening everywhere. It's happening for the French, it's happening for lots and lots of countries, okay? And the League of Nations at the time was very worried about this, and a lot of people were worried about it for geopolitical reasons, not for economic reasons, for geopolitical reasons. So yes, of course, trade discrimination is inefficient, as Weiner told us. On the other hand, Weiner also told us that if you cut some tariffs in a discriminatory way, there may also be trade creation, and who knows, This is not the real problem as far as people saw it at the time. Firstly, as we can see, if you have a discriminatory trade policy, people get very angry, That was true then, I think it's true now as well. Weiner has a nice quote there to that effect. Secondly, bilateralism, which is what that previous slide was showing you, was increasing during this decade. It's the great friend of the bully, all right? What Hirschman's book is all about is that trade leads to gains from trade, and those gains from trade can be weaponized, right? And so in particular, if you're a small country, you may be very dependent on a big country for your exports. Maybe it's difficult to diversify your exports, but at least you could diversify your imports. And he provided evidence that a lot of countries were doing that. Well, of course, if you insist that trade be bilaterally balanced, which is what some people in the world would like to see happen now, you're stopping that small country from diversifying on the import side. It's giving the bully all of the power possible. So there's that basic problem with bilateralism, and we can see various countries engaging in discriminatory trade policy and using that to try to get things that they want. There's a lot of fuss in Britain right now about things they've done for China. And I mean, I'm sure we could tell other stories as well. Thirdly, Volker Hilgert at the League of Nations was very exercised by this fact. Imagine that I get my raw materials from one country and I pay for them by selling manufactured goods to another country. And then imagine that we chop the world into trading silos. You can see that there might be a problem, And what he and others argued is, well, if you're the country A, or maybe we should call it country G or country J, if you're such a country and you can no longer pay for your raw material imports by exporting, because the Americans have just shut off your export market, maybe, well, there's always two ways to get what you want. You can buy them or you can take them. And what happens at the end of the 1930s is a lot of people just take what they want by invading sources of raw materials. That's the story of the Pacific War to a very large extent. And so the Americans really think that this is very dangerous. The hero of the story here is Cordell Hull. He's a Southern Democrat, so he's a free trader, as Southern Democrats always are, and he's a free trader for standard economic policy reasons. But during World War I, he comes to be convinced that actually the causes of war have a lot to do with trade tensions, and in particular trade discriminations. He always mentions trade discrimination as something that is particularly dangerous, and so there's various quotes there from him. He always says we should get trade barriers down, but he always emphasizes that they should be reduced in an equal manner. And he puts his money where his mouth is in the 1930s when the Americans start negotiating trade deals from 1934 on under the Reciprocal Trade Agreements Act. They do a trade deal with you, they lower their tariffs on you, and then they, of their own free volition, no matter whether they have an MFN relationship or not, they basically extend those tariff cuts to everybody. So they were kind of showing the way. They were leading by example. And so, the United States has always supported MFN based on hard economic and geopolitical interests until now. And let me just end with a brief comment. I was saying this last night at dinner. In a way, if Trump just puts up protectionist trade barriers, you could view it as a big Brexit, We know the Brexiteers wanted to bring the EU down, and it didn't work, I mean, Trump, I think, would quite like to bring the whole multinational trade system down because he believes in raw power, And, your worry would be that other countries may make it easier for him to achieve that broader aim. And I'm not a lawyer, and I'm worried with Arantxa in the room. But, I mean, rewarding him for raising tariffs on us illegally is one thing, but if you're going to reward him by cutting tariffs on American goods and not extend those tariff cuts to other countries, I'm sorry, but that doesn't sound very legal to me. And if we pride ourselves on being upholders of international law, then I'm really not sure that we should be doing that. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that historic but also very interesting perspective. As our second guest on this topic, I'm delighted to welcome Iana Dreyer, the founder and editor of Borderlegs, a leading publication on EU trade policy. She will share her insight on how policymakers perceive today's trade climate and whether we risk entering into a vicious circle. So welcome, Iana.
It's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much for having me. I will not have slides. I currently am a journalist. I like writing. I like words, and I don't like technical slides. Basically, please keep me to my time. I don't have my time in front of me. Basically, my key message is I will focus on the EU, how it is responding to the current environment. And my key message is, to preserve open, rules-based trade, the EU needs to be run differently. In the face of the momentous changes we're currently facing, I really think that the sort of reactive mode we're in and this refusal somehow to not proactively shape our environment is extremely damaging for the EU itself. So we're facing a dangerous war just, in Ukraine that could fester and expand. China really unleashed as a global political player, weaponizing, that was mentioned before. And the United States, the global hegemon, guardian until recently of the multilateral trading system, as was brilliantly explained by Kevin O'Rourke here. It's drifting towards authoritarianism, and it's definitely signing off on any form of international leadership, certainly in trade. What we are witnessing, I think I'm homing this in as someone who's independent maybe from some institutions who cannot say it, but we are witnessing from the United States a period of predation that I think will accelerate its decline. This summer's unilateral tariffs and extortionist sort of financial packages are just a case in point. The US, I think it's undermining its global power, the policies on migration, the policies on universities, which is, the heart of US innovation. What else? Attacks on the judiciary, attacks on independent institutions such as the Fed. Bye-bye United States as a safe place to do business. I see a risk, as someone who has looked also at countries like Russia drifting in the last 20 years, I fear that we might have that the damage is lasting, and that we might be faced with a sort of a US crony capitalism under an anti-liberal authoritarian conditions. So I really start finding it very startling and as an observer very frustrating to see how many members in council in Brussels and sort of this circle going to Brussels and being behind the commission to negotiate a deal. And even the commission, there is so much hoping for the best, so much, let's wait until the midterms and the next elections. In this context, you have to worry about the integrity of the US elections, even if it doesn't matter if we're being saved. But as a responsible leader, you have to prepare for the worst, even if you still hope for the best. And this is definitely not happening. We're bumbling along, fighting crisis after crisis ever since the Eurozone crisis. We are in a setting where our institutions are definitely not made for this crisis world. No need to repeat. We have national security, member states, health for member states, a financial architect of a Eurozone that was half-built house. And then we have to improvise. And we create the conditions for the next crisis each time, because under such conditions, the decisions that are taken are not solid, are not lasting. And this feeds a negative feedback loop of populism, etc. So it's really starting to be dangerous, I find. So there's some change. The war in Ukraine, I've been among those previous to Borderlex, been working a lot on Russian questions. There's really been a lot of frustration what would happen in 2014 after the invasion of, the annexation of Crimea. Many were, in the expert field, in the energy field, were saying we need to decouple, we need to do something. Nobody listened. I think something changed there. In international trade, paradoxically, the EU has rather, I think, regressed in its ability to offer a defense for open rules-based trade. I mean, it's a common competence, that one, instead of foreign policy. Why are you acting the way you act? I mean, this seems paradoxical. We were until recently considered a global commercial power. Brussels effect, super powerful trade policy. Where are we? I mean, the leaders in Brussels could have acted in a way that is consistent with its long-term interests in trade. What you would have expected of an EU that I know that I would have preferred is applying consistently its digital trade rule book. Especially the Digital Services Act. We are facing something that goes beyond trade but affects trade, an attempt also changing our political regimes, our regulatory regime here. And we are not going after one of the chief culprits, which is Mr. Musk, his X. As a small knowledge business, working with people in the knowledge, I don't like to call it business, in the knowledge producing world, this is also to the disadvantage of us on the internet. I mean, there's something really fishy going on here. We're not going against them. So, I mean, there's all the talks about we will not cancel our regulations because of US pressure, but it's about how you apply them in practice. That's where the devil is in the detail, and we haven't had the last word yet. The EU could have leveraged its commercial heft to mount a coalition of countries to respond to US tariffs and predatory practices. None of it. It went on to be the first to get the best deal for itself, its car industry, its other industries. That's how the rest of the world perceives us. It's not nice. And on top of that, obviously, no need to go back to Kevin O'Rourke, blatant violation of Article 1 of the GATT. At the first briefings to journalists was, no, we're going to get a reciprocal deal in the end, and then admitting 3 weeks later, a month later, okay, yeah, we'll violate it. And then refusing to talk about it in Geneva, just recently in Council. So, not very good. There is an acknowledgement, there's a whole movement right now of people and experts saying, the EU and the CPTPP countries, this Asia-Pacific group, which usefully also includes the United Kingdom, should be working together. They account for more than 50% of world trade. They could sort of come together and say, we stand for rules-based trade. We will uphold multilateral rules among ourselves. We will propose reform to the multilateral trading system, etc. There has been a recognition that this is a priority. But if I had been Ursula von der Leyen, I would have said, we would have had our summit already, or next month now in November. This is all very slow. This is last minute. This is an afterthought. And the EU would have also doubled down, indeed, on bringing down barriers to its single market. And in particular, enforce existing rules forcefully. That's one thing that we've also witnessed generally in the EU is the absence of, the Commission has abdicated its rule as, in some areas, it's very selective in the way it enforces the rules of a single market. We've seen that trade again recently with the Ukraine episode, where the EU decided to lift the remaining quotas in the DCFTA. We have them with them to help them in the war. We've opened these corridors to help them, get around the blockade of the Black Sea. What do populist governments in Central and Eastern Europe do? Just close the border, violating the customs union, the single market, an EU agreement, undermining the EU's entire support strategy. And what do these countries get? Nothing. They get rewarded. They get a general, the EU backtracks its concessions, reintroduces safeguards, updates its DCFTA with quotas that are a bit more generous than before 2022, but less generous than was the situation afterwards. Enforcement case at the ECJ, nowhere to be seen, and Hungary has been, I think until recently, I don't have the latest update, still blocking the occasional imports at the border. So this is just one example, but it happens everywhere. And I think this is really, we are in the trade world here. So this is undermining even the credibility of the EU as a commercial power, because, if we're going to do that, we're going to sign a deal with Mercosur, we're going to, ratify a deal with Mercosur, potentially with Indonesia. If someone just puts up a trade barrier unilaterally and then it gets not enforced, what's the value of this for these parties? So I think there's really a lot that is going wrong in the EU itself at the moment, which is increasingly, I must say, very frustrating. And it's not over. It's not over. I live in France. I have a French passport. I can tell you, having the UK leaving the EU is one thing. Having in France a far-right Europe-skeptic government is another matter. Just 2 points is internal trade barriers in the EU will go up. It's clearly in their program, in their DNA. Second, good luck with our security policies. Support to Ukraine is at best ambivalent from this government, and will not have better governance, and certainly not international trade agreements. So this is something to, this is a toss of a coin situation we're here in. And I just wanted to really flag this because this is really very worrying. Nobody in the EU is really strategizing seriously about what we should do. DG Trade is supposed to come up with an economic security doctrine, whatever that means. It already has a paper strategy. But the first thing it does, it reorganizes its departments. We have a new sort of directorate for economic security. We still have no thinking. So the bureaucracy is there first, but we still have no strategy. Normally, you should have a general strategy, and then you shape your bureaucracy accordingly. So I don't know. DG Trade is very constrained by what the member states do. But it's not exactly with that there where we'll have something very consistent in terms of economic security strategy, which we probably need at the moment. You might agree with that. So where does it leave us? To be honest, I think the path is very narrow. Let's not talk, opening up treaties, etc. We will need to at some point. At the moment, there's no time. I would say that any impulse to stop this, we can describe this as a drift or something, I think needs to come from proactive member states working together to effect some change in Brussels. There have been plenty of good ideas that have been circulated for years. In the Brussels bubble, outside the Brussels bubble, what can we do? A China task force where you actually break institutional silos between the Council, the Commission, the Parliament, and bring in experts to manage a situation. You could make it a China-US task force because what trade ministers in Denmark just discussed this week was said that we're squeezed between Chinese practices, US practices. We probably need to somehow, somewhere have someone running this relationship, having an integrated approach to it, and somehow dealing with it. And I think also that we could be helped by a more informal but active and structured network of leaders from Commission, Council, and maybe more on an even individual basis, with feelers in the Parliament focus on rule of law issues in the EU, respect of single market rules in the EU, the integrity of EU legislation more broadly, and also fixing our internal rule of law issues. I think that the fact that we have not treated Hungary affects our trade relationships going forward. So yeah, I think in times of crisis like that, we need some institutional transformation, political transformation. We need to face up to the situation. I think there's a lot of denial still around, but I think we need to, ending denial is the first way towards working towards solution. I think there is a lot of that is there that can be used. We need some people to put the different tools and pieces together, have a vision, and then fight for it. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you very much, Iana, for your valuable perspective. So finally, let me introduce Hanna Nordberg, an independent researcher and trade policy advisor with extensive experience from the European Commission, the OECD, and the World Trade Organization. She will share examples of international trade and highlight the benefits of open trade. So join me in welcoming Hanna Nordberg.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. Hang on just 1 second. So my job here is to follow these great speakers, and as Iana has set the stage on the things that need to be done, what I would really like us to do here is to inspire you to help you with what you can do as you leave the room. So to start from the beginning, hello, my name is Hanna Nordberg. Trade policy is my obsession, and I think it should be everyone else's too. Because Anders alluded to this, and Arantxa did too. So if you ever did stop to think about it, did you? That trade policy is the most powerful economic tool in the world. With the signing of a trade agreement, or ripping one up actually, for that matter, you can instantly impact the lives and the livelihoods of hundreds of millions of people for generations to come. And I don't know anything else that can. Most of what I will be talking about today comes from the work that I do as the president and the founder of the Trade Express. The Trade Express was formed back in the day when we had tweets. So actually as a tweet storm in 2017. And it was as an action to make policy discussions more open, more inclusive, and diverse. We are a membership organization. We're a social enterprise set up in Ireland. We still run on volunteer power. We do thought leadership and professional development for about 500 or so members across the world, all with very different types of backgrounds in trade. So we have public servants, we have politicians, we have private sector leaders, regulators, negotiators, customs folks, implementers, compliance professionals, academics, think tankers, journalists, lawyers, economists, political scientists, diplomats, you name it. If they have an interest in trade policy, chances are that we have them in the network. We have worked with The Economist in creating their flagship events. We've been quoted in all the major news outlets. Our work has been presenting at the WTO, the OECD, the Commission, USCR, APEC, and many other places. And the Trade Express are led by the most outstanding, insightful, esteemed, established experts in trade that just happen to be women. Living legends like Annabel Gonzalez, Bohola Kenewendo, Mari Pangestu from Indonesia, Ina Manak, and the Advisorettes Board, as we call it, is chaired by Cecilia Malmström. Our mission is to be the voice for trade as a force for good. And it's usually a space that's pretty silent and lonely, but not today. So I am very honored to be here today. I just flew in from London yesterday for an event that we have there, and as I found out that I would be speaking here today. There was this campaign for safety going on in London with signs posted everywhere that was centered around 3 points, which I think really focuses on what I would like to talk about. It says, see it, say it, sort it. And so let's start with the seeing. We've all talked about that. We're seeing that the model of the world that has been dominant for the last 70 or 80 years is where we have built on integration and collaboration, globalization as a tool for growth and prosperity. It's being upended because of domestic politics in the US. And everything that we knew have been turned inside out and upside down, and things that didn't used to matter are now in the center. And things that used to be true in the center of gravity are now being thrown out. We all know all about this, so I'm going to swiftly move on to say it. So the one thing that really surprises me in all of this, not so much the absence of the checks and balances that were supposed to kick in back that we heard so much about in Trump 1.0, but instead that there's so little debate about what's going on, and it doesn't stop in the US. As Jana was talking about, these changes that are happening are quietly being allowed to have ripple effects all across the world. In China, obviously, but also closer to home. The EU-US deal, I think, was a surprising low point for those of us who have been in transatlantic trade and environment since TTIP. And it has, like Jana was saying, definitely has effect on how trade is discussed in the EU. And it could be said that these things have to do with Ukraine or the current political constellations in the member states. And it really doesn't matter why. What really matters is that this is where we are. This is a new era, and the old one is not coming back. And so here is where our collective responsibility comes in, and this is why this conference today is so important, because it picks up our responsibility to say it, to start to talk about what we know. So the Trade Experts flagship publication every year is a contribution to current trade debate where we bring together authors, experts from all these different types of backgrounds from all over the world. And we try to cover, all continents, not always Antarctica, but, and offer solutions to current issues. And this is our 5th edition. In the past years, we have been looking at forward-looking items on how we can improve trade in the environment, digital trade, trade and gender, and how we could re-globalize, how we can make trade and supply chains more resilient. But this year, we felt that that ship has completely sailed, and instead we doubled down on what I think is the most important thing that we have ever done. And so this year's 10 wins is 10 proven wins, 10 stories, 10 narratives, 10 things that trade has done, that economic integration, global collaboration has resulted in, things that where the benefits have been proven time and time again. And these are things that you can take to the bank. When I read them all in one setting, remember that book, Chicken Soup for the Soul? This sort of read like that to me, like a chicken soup for the trade soul. And I suggest that you all read them. They are available here. There's a QR code, and they're available on the Trade Experts website. And so take one out, one evening, per evening as you go to bed, because it's a really refreshing tonic to what we hear all day, every day. And so looking here, you'll see the story about how food security is really about economic security. That's what it anchors in. And how that has been made possible by the work that's done at the WTO. You'll see, Cecilia wrote one piece about how the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement has the effects it has had on Vietnam and their development. And we talk a lot about the, China's accession to the WTO and the effects it has had on the US labor market. But what we very seldom hear about in the debate is how trade has actually, this accession has actually lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty and starvation in China. And so 2 Chinese authors have done that. Another one which I got to write actually is about the shipping container and why in some estimates it lowered transport costs by 90%, that's 90%. And how it was from the beginning a good idea, but then once it was working its way through the whole system of private-public partnerships, standardization, regulation, it became a great idea, an epic one, and the growth, the start of all, growth and development. And so apart from making us all feeling better, another use of the 10 trade wins is to use it to start conversations from, because often we find that conversations get hijacked because we just jump in where everything we've known is thrown out the window and we start from the premise that trade is bad and we're being taken advantage of. So which leads me to the last point, the sort it. So once we're finished here, with this amazing conversation, with all these people in the room who know what trade is and what trade can do, the question is, what do you do on Monday? Like where Iana left us, we understand all the work that needs to be done, but what can you do? What can we do? How can we continue the momentum that's in this room? Where do we go from here? Well, if we all agree that what we're seeing is not where we want to be going, if we want to make these changes, it's up to us. And I would like to argue, even more importantly, that it's up to us to do that something and to do it right now. And so I would like to wrap up, because I'm the person you bring in when you want things done, done, done. That's when you bring in me. So as I wrap up, I would just like to foresee the arguments that you will be having next week with yourselves or your coworkers or your leadership, and that will keep us, if we know these arguments that are coming in. I used to be a personal trainer, so if we know these arguments coming in, then we can make sure that we have arguments against. So the question is, because if we don't, then we risk allowing these current changes in trade policy to have these adverse effects on millions and millions of people for generations to come. And I don't know about you, but when I look at my children, I'm like, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I know you're going to have to figure this out. We knew better, but we just didn't know how. We got shell-shocked. And so as far as I see it, there are 3 potential speed bumps that we need to make sure that we're ready for. The one is that now is the time and to break through. So now is the time. It's not up to me, or I don't know how to do it. These are the 3 questions. So let's start with the now. So earlier this week, I had a conversation with a very large American company. I was asking them to join us in offering LDC's ambassadors at the WTO some capacity building and preparations for MC14. It's something that they're very good at, that they could help us with. And it was actually a very unique opportunity where the LDC says, hey, we would really like some capacity building, can you help? And they said, no, it's not the time. We don't want to put our resources into that. We have to wait and see what the US demands are before going into MC14, which absolutely gutted me. Because to think that LDCs now wouldn't be able to get the help that they need in order to prepare to negotiate on behalf of their countries, because we don't know that what the US will demand, that's ludicrous. Now is really the time. As Romer said, Paul Romer says that a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. And if there's one thing that has brought an interest to trade and knowledge, is that we know that everything that we knew can be turned upside down really fast. So, like Arantxa said, globally, bilaterally, plurilaterally, doesn't matter, just move wherever you can. And now is really the perfect time. And personally, I also worry about the next generation of trade experts that are coming through that are hearing this. And so we have been coming up at a different age. And so these ripple effects will continue other ways. So capacity building for the next generation of trade policymakers is really a place to start. How about the not me, not my country, not my organization, somebody else that you would definitely be able to run into? Well, the old saying that nobody can do everything, but we can all and should all do something. And with the excellent work that Per and Anders and the team have done to putting together all these people in the room is going back to René Descartes. That's how far the Commerce-Collegium goes back, right? So, René Descartes, I think therefore I am. Actually, what he should have said is, I trade, therefore I am. And so since we're all in trade, therefore we all are. And so we should definitely be stepping up to this plate. So let's collaborate on that. Third, well, I don't know how to do it. I don't know who to do it. I don't know what to do. Well, look no further. Trade Express is your one-stop shop. So because during the last 7 years, we have built an unparalleled network across the world and across experiences. We have an outstanding convening power. And we know pretty much how to break all the silos, to curate real conversations, to turn them into really actionable, simple, and practical policies. So, and we're always looking for partners who believe in the trade as a force for good. We sincerely hope that you will join us.
Thank you very much, Hannah, for your insightful perspective. And you can stay, and I now invite Kevin O'Rourke and Iana Dreyer back to the stage.
We'll reorganize the furniture here a little bit, just to make sure everyone can be on board. Just no. We'll do this. And here we go. Is this, Kevin, you can come over here, perhaps? Over there?
Yeah. Go in the middle.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much for the 3 topics. And my sense was that we went from a thorough investigation of what we can learn from history to the current malaise, the most pessimistic presentation so far today, to what can we do about it through Hannah. So let me open up the floor now for questions, because we have about 20 minutes for question and answers. And this will be a panel discussion, so maybe I will chip in too later. But feel free to ask questions. No one. Let's go back to history then, in that case. Because, I think that, I mean, obviously there are a lot of parallels between today and the 1930s, if you will. How far into the territory of where we ended up in the 1930s would you say, Kevin, that we are right now? Well, I mean, I'm talking about, what I want to assess here is, what are the risks of the current development?
Well, that's a big one. I mean, well, one difference is that, you know, the 1930s is the decade of the Great Depression, you know? And we had our Great Depression moment in 2008. And I would say that largely because people like Ben Bernanke and Christy Romer and people like that who know the economic history of the Great Depression were in positions of authority. In America, we didn't do the things that they did then. We had expansive fiscal policy and we had expansive monetary policy, and we got out of that, so that's good. Obviously, it's left us with other problems having to do with debt burdens and all of that, and then there were other unexpected shocks. But I mean, it's hard to overstate how damaging the Great Depression was. I mean, in terms of trade policy, no. I mean, yes, the American tariffs are sort of almost up to or at Great Depression levels. That's true, you know. But we don't have a fragmentation of the world into competing blocks the way that we did back then yet. And so I don't think, and that was damaging economically. But as I was sort of suggesting, it was especially dangerous geopolitically. So, you know, we're not there yet. It's kind of up to the non-American countries to uphold the rule of law to the best extent they can. And yeah, no, so I wouldn't overstate it.
Okay.
But there are risks.
That's comforting, in fact. I also want to return to you, Iana, and think about where you left us with. Obviously, the EU is now in violation of its obligations under the WTO. You're correct there. But when the Commission considered this, it was actually, to me, that was, it gave me a better feeling than originally, because it's better to say and to be honest that, okay, we did this because of Ukraine and because we had to, and then we are actually in violation of our own commitments, but we'll make sure from here on now to work toward remedying that. One proposal that we have made is that, and by the way, the proposal or the commitment that I'm talking about now is, of course, that the EU would liberalize all tariffs on industrial goods to the US specifically. I guess that's what you mentioned too. Yes.
It's 1540. That's
yes.
the deal.
Yeah.
And our proposal from the National Board of Trade is that that commitment would then, on an MFN basis, be extended to all countries in the world, or possibly minus 1 or 2. What do you think about that?
Thank you very much. There are many ways the EU could have handled this more deftly. I mean, this has really raised huge debate, and it's very difficult sometimes to know who was really right, who was really wrong. First of all, it's my French side. I tend to think that if the EU had from the beginning activated the anti-coercion instrument and would have been signaled it is ready to go very hard, targeted things, not unleashing, raising all tariffs on all goods, but very targeted, digital or something like that, be ready to do that, we would have been in a better position to bargain in the first place. That's one thing, but let's put that aside. Now this is done. There are different possibilities to do this. I think and also in debate, this is a solution, make it ready for all. It is politically absolutely not realistic. I mean, when you look at how the parliament is and who the member states are, it is not a realistic option. I would be in favor, not a problem. That's my non-French side.
But I mean, Switzerland has done it. Canada has done it. I mean, it's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but the Swiss are different. I mean, have a different DNA. We're a big, unwieldy bloc. I mean, the bigger you are, the more complex you are, the more political economy problems you have, the more electoral problems you have. It's more difficult. You're the size of France, Germany, Spain. Complexity sets in. Switzerland is small, and they really siloed off. They excluded agriculture, from this tariff liberalization. They still have these highest barriers in the world, along with Japan, on agriculture. So that's one thing. The other thing is maybe put a sunset clause in. Say, this is a deal, we had to do it, okay, national security, it's questionable, but, you can say, but, let's wait until Trump and sort of put a sunset clause. The other thing is you could exempt developing, or you could extend something to developing countries, something along those lines. Or, put in a clause that says, okay, America, we will negotiate a reciprocal tariff. I mean, this has been discussed in Parliament already. I mean, the chair of the International Trade Committee was in favor of that. I don't know how the politics will work out on this. You can deal with it. The signals we've got in the short term is that nobody in Council wants to move. I mean, Denmark was, no, we're not going to include a sunset clause. No, we're going to not make it temporary. And we go to the WTO and we don't going to talk to you about this. That's the attitude. And that's a little bit what I find a bit sad. But yeah, mind.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
But what I want to say about the pessimism, I think I'm someone who's really, there's this slogan, Antonio Gramsci, which I love, is sort of pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. I think we need to really grasp the situation, its gravity. I don't think it's desperate, but you need to know where to start and that it is necessary to get on with it. That's my message.
You need to start by seeing us, Hannah.
Seeing it and saying it.
Yes.
Sorting it.
And then you can sort it. If you don't see it and don't say it, you will never sort it. Yeah.
So a question from Holger Gerg here in the front.
Take the discussion in a slightly different direction, talking or connecting to the sorting it. So as trade economists, I mean, we've been talking, spelling out the benefits of globalization, the problems of inequality or distribution for quite a long time. I mean, even thinking back when I started in graduate school, labor economists telling me trade has no role to play in inequality. It's all labor, it's all technology. So we have this narrative that globalization is good, and you talked about this as well, and the distributional effects are there. But it wasn't really a problem. So maybe from a historical perspective, when did we lose this narrative, if we ever had it? Maybe were we just too few trade economists? We weren't listened to? Where did we lose this narrative? And what can we do about it? I mean, we can keep telling people globalization is good, and I will do that after lunch. But who's going to listen to us, apart from the people here in the room? So as you said, how do we tell our colleagues and our co-workers on Monday that it's good?
Who wants to start? Anna?
Yeah, I think, so I'm also an economist, and apart from the Trade Experts, also run something called the Trade Policy Research Forum, which is a forum that bridges the gap between researchers and policymakers and the other way around. So we had just Paul there a couple of months ago, and apparently it's I thought my founder, Ben and I, we started and we thought like brown bag seminars, 15 people. We have 5,000 people in that community. So a lot of people are interested in this, which I think is a great idea because so many others than us trade economists need to make this case. Right? So it's not just economists talking about it, but it's consumers talking about the benefits of trade. It's about getting that message out from everywhere, and we've been like silently massing this, I think. So it's a general responsibility that everybody has to talk about it, I think, because I don't think that we've lost the case. It's just that special interest groups have been taking over and have been allowed to take over the media on it.
Okay, Kevin.
So globalization is a very big word and it encompasses lots of things. Jagdish Bhagwati, for example, is very as free trade as they come, but he always made an exception for capital flows, didn't he? Because they can be disruptive in various ways. And I also think that we will have more credibility as quote unquote experts if we're more honest about what we can and can't say. So if there are winners and losers, then you can't just say that it's good. You can say that there are winners and there are losers. Maybe the winners' gains are bigger than the losers' losses, but by the way, Hicks basically concluded that Kaldor-Hicks doesn't work. I mean, Skotowski showed that it didn't work intellectually because A can be Kaldor-Hicks superior to B and B can also be Kaldor-Hicks superior to A, Maybe we should be more honest. And it's a political statement if you just say it's good and ignore distribution. So I do think that the way that you make the case is you build up domestic structures that make sure that nobody's left behind. And I think, and the Scandinavian countries have done this, they're small, they're open, they have developed welfare states, and these things go together, My personal view is that there was overreach in the 1990s, in that globalization is it's the market, and the pendulum swung away from the state towards the market, and it needed to swing, but then they wanted more and more and more. They were gourmand, they could never get enough, and so the marketization went into domestic spheres where maybe it shouldn't have. They stopped worrying about safety nets and so on, and maybe the pendulum swing back will, in the long run, help make the case better. The one thing that really gives me pause as your standard liberal economist, because you say, the winners, losers, safety nets, but people want the dignity of work, number one, and number two, there's a regional issue, and it's not immediately. This is Danny Roderick's point. It's not immediately obvious that the market will get the jobs to the regions where there aren't jobs, and what you do about that, and we've got to be very careful politically that we don't just say, well, you should just bloody well move, because that's actually not what people are like, even in America, I think, where they're a lot more mobile than they are in Europe. So I think there's been a bit of intellectual overreach on the part of the profession in this hubristic 1990s. By the way, one last point. I think that the welfare state is completely consistent with globalization. You often hear people say the opposite. People on the right say they're inconsistent because they want to get rid of the welfare state, and people on the left say they're inconsistent because they want to get rid of globalization. But what I note historically is that the origins of the welfare state take place in the late 19th century, when you have factory regulations of various sorts, and you also have nascent systems of social insurance. And that was a time of great globalization. And what happened in countries like Sweden, Belgium, is that you got coalitions together where, the workers said to the liberals, we will support your market effort if you give us what we want. And it worked very well. So there was a winning coalition there, and we need to learn from that. Actually, we should just learn from Sweden, actually. That would be, be easier.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just to complement what has been said here, I have the impression that there are two things. I mean, there's the economists, and then I think there's the political economy of things. I think we need to pay much more attention to the interaction between politics, state power, and what the companies, trading globally do. I have the impression one thing is all the globally trading companies that we mentioned here, and it's interesting because what was shown about the US in the Moderators data is very similar to what happened in France. So you have very globally connected corporations in France, CAC 40, so they're everywhere. And the problem is political economy. They're so global that they're not invested in the French polity anymore. They just avoid it as much as possible and don't get into the problem. They don't go out there to explain in the rural areas, in the small towns that are suffering and closing shops and closing factories, that they still need trade. They're not that. I mean, I was very shocked at the WTO Public Forum. There was this fantastic lady from L'Oréal who explained splendidly how L'Oréal worked and how important it is, even for France. I've never seen L'Oréal making the case anywhere domestically, in the media, in local, on these things. Where are they?
Yeah.
I mean, it has to come so late. I think there's this, and it's also on the migration front, a similar topic. There was this lady, Margaret Peters, who, she published a book called Trading Barriers, on why globally operating firms don't lobby hard enough for a liberal migration policy, which is important for competitiveness and trade. It's the same thing. I mean, as the moment you have a comparative advantage in skilled migration and don't need the less skilled ones anymore, you don't lobby anymore for an open migration. And I think where is that? The other thing is the austerity. I don't like criticizing austerity, but there has been clearly in Europe, the Eurozone, I think what the population has perceived most is sort of a degrading of public services at the local level due to the effects on public finances, public capacity of, the negative effects of the financial crisis, and that's what spurs populism a lot.
Well, I want to go back a little bit to the most favored nation principle again. And a professor of mine once remarked that the closest way in politics is never a straight line. And that is something that I have thought about a lot the last few months, actually, because how do we get back to MFN treatment? Now the US has blown up the system, and the EU is sort of tagging along now by accepting the Turnberry deal there, as you've talked about. So how can we get back? One proposal would then be to build a coalition of the willing, a rule-based trade coalition, as we've mentioned, for example, and then starting to build more. Another way would be to work within the system and try to create plurilaterals, and also to reform the system, of course. And there are other ways forward, as I see it too. But they're all difficult paths. What would you say is the shortest way to get back to MFN treatment?
This is for these guys.
Somehow awakening the appetite for the old competitive liberalization, I think. There's a lot of, for whatever we can do. I mean, everybody else backed up, so I'm just answering here. But, but to get back to that feeling, so a coalition of the willing. So you see, for example, New Zealand is punching way above their weight. So is Chile. So are the Scandinavian countries. And so at the WTO, I'm talking, sorry. So there is leadership there. And I think that we need to be brave and stand behind those who lead and not just say that, well, that's not perfect or this is not it. But to like Arantxa was saying, we can't. We're going to have to do plurilaterals. We're going to have to do bilaterals. Let's do what we can and find that momentum and keep going. Because what we're also up against is the combination of polarization and a really short attention span. So unless we can come up with, like Kevin was saying, we need to be honest. We need to say, more this and that. That two-armed economist, right? So unless we have that in a very short message, we can get that into a TikTok coming in at random things, then it's a very difficult situation, and it's not. So here we have a whole day, but we do events all over the world, and we had an event earlier this week in London, and they said, well, the attention span for people is 30 minutes. That's what you got.
Yeah, Kevin.
Can I just make one remark? And Paul has got a question. Like the current WTO is really historically unique in that it spans more or less the whole globe, including people in different geopolitical camps. You know, like the old GATT, you know, the Soviet Union and its satellites weren't involved, China wasn't involved, and there's a reason for that, you know, and I mean, John Ganowa, for example, who's this political scientist at Princeton, talks about this, you know, if trade involves gains from trade, and I trade with my friend gets richer, that's all good, you know. If I trade with my potential enemy and my enemy gets richer, you know, that might be good or it might not be so good, you know. And so you tend to get actually trade deals made historically among people who are, you know, potential allies rather than adversaries. So it was a really historic gamble, I would say. And, you know, we can then discuss to what extent that gamble was successful or not, but that might suggest one way forward, you know, is to have deeper integration, you know, that is more politically consistent, you know.
Paul.
Yeah, if I could ask a quick question to Kevin, maybe trying to sound a bit more optimistic. But if our theories are right and your opinions are right, and I think most people here believe so, all these Trump policies are likely to come back to harm the US. And if our theories are right, the US is on a path that in 5-10 years is going to deliver very bad economic outcomes. Isn't that a reason to be hopeful that we're going to learn this?
Yeah.
And a more serious question is, what do we know historically? Like Smoot-Hawley, we know it was contemporaneously with the Great Depression. Do we have evidence that people walked out of that episode with a deeper sense of the gains from integration because they had seen what isolation would do, or do we have any evidence to that?
That's interesting. Well, for sure, policymakers walked away from it with a sense that we don't want protectionism. Now, whether ordinary citizens did, I'm not sure. You know, the Gallup polls, they start in the 30s, you know, but, you know, what you'd really like is ones from the 20s and so on to see what the evolution was. Remind me, the first bit of the question was about oh yeah, we should be optimistic that the Americans may collapse. Well, yes, indeed. But there could be a lot of, I mean, 10 years.
Life in Paris is good.
Well, life in Paris is scary, actually. I mean, I agree with Lan on that, actually. I think the French thing is a real problem. The French political situation. One thing I probably should say, since I am an economic historian, is that, I mean, protection in the 30s is protection that happens at a very particular time, which is the Great Depression. And you wouldn't expect the effects of protection to be the same in a period of Keynesian underemployment than at a time of more or less full employment, you know. And indeed, it may even be the case, this is one of Barry Eichengreen's very first papers, you know, that protectionism could theoretically be beneficial, you know, if you have deflation, you know, then you may, and then those deflationary expectations are pushing down investment, then anything that stops the deflation, could be tariff barriers, could be cartelization, you know, could be, you know, might actually be beneficial. And if you look at simple tariff growth correlations for the 30s, actually, if anything, they're positive, you know, which probably makes sense because the costs of protection and a trade war is other people are protecting, but if they're protecting anyway, then, you know, you may as well be protecting yourself. So I think that's one good example of a general principle, which is that you can't sort of generalize across time and space about what the effects of these policies are. You know, it's very, very consistent. So I actually therefore am thinking about the last part of your question. Maybe some people came away thinking, actually, this is okay. And I think what most economic historians would say is the big mistake in some countries like my own is that it's not that they protected in the 30s, because everybody did, but that they didn't liberalize quickly enough after World War II. It's the same with Spain, you know, you wait until the 60s, or more or less. So did we, you know, and so you missed out on the growth of the 50s. So these policies always, their effect is always contextual, I would say, as a historian. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I will try to sum up here, and I take 3 things from this session. First, that we are not, in fact, close to the abyss yet. That's hopeful. Secondly, MFN treatment, unconditional MFN, is a very good policy to follow, and that has been followed by the US historically. But we have no idea how to get back to it yet. And thirdly, that we should, of course, now start advocating for better policies and unconditional MFN and then non-discrimination on Monday, and hopefully we can use Hanna's network for that. Thank you so much to the panel, Kevin O'Rourke, Jana Dreyer, and Hanna Norberg.
Thank you very much.
We will reconvene here at 1:30 p.m. and there is now lunch out in the atrium, and you can just exit through the doors and to your left.
And photo.
And what?
Photo.
Sorry, all the speakers, if you could remain here, then we'll have a photo opportunity for all of you. Thank you. Please come in, everyone. Please enter, everyone. We're about to start. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you all enjoyed it. I can see that almost everyone came back, which is obviously a great success for us. In recent years, we've had an intense debate in Europe on how we can improve productivity and through that competitiveness. It was a big priority during Sweden's 2023 presidency, which was then followed by the Draghi and Letta reports and now the single market strategy. But how can external trade be best contribute to making the EU an economic powerhouse? And also, of course, the single market strategy. Here to give us an overview of the research on these issues is Holger Görg, Professor of International Economics at Kiel University and the Director of the Kiel Center for Globalization. From 2021 to 23, he was also the President of the Kiel Institute for the World Economy. Welcome up on stage, Holger Görg.
Thank you very much. Okay, here are my slides. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. The first time I was here at the Stockholm School of Economics was in probably, I think, 2001. I just started my academic career as a postdoc, and I was fortunate enough to spend a summer here. And I have great memories of the place, and I've been here, of course, a few times since then. But this was, of course, early 2000s, late 1990s, the heydays of globalization, if you will. We were all very enthused about it, enthusiastic about it, and I suppose one of the few things we worried about at the time was whether to spell globalization with S or with Z. I was based in England at the time, so I spelled it with S. But just to, I mean, we've talked about this a lot, so I can go through this very quickly. Globalization was seen as a force for good. Just a quote here by Frederick Mishkin, who was at the time when he made this speech, governor of the Fed. And protectionism, not globalization, is the enemy. That was what he said in 2006, and I think at the time everyone agreed. And he also quoted Kofi Annan, who said something similar, and pointing out that the main losers in today's very unequal world are not the ones exposed to globalization, but the others. And we probably didn't listen enough to that. Certainly didn't set it into practice. And we were talking about elephants in the room this morning, China being the other one. The attitude towards China at the time was also very, very positive. As I said, I was based in England, in Nottingham. We even established a research center to study the Chinese economy because we wanted to see what all these good things are going to be that come out of the Chinese economy for Europe. Okay, fast forward to now, or a couple of months ago, well, probably, and I come back to this, Arantxa made this point, financial crisis. But here, we're a couple of months ago, President Trump, we have rejected globalism and embraced patriotism. And that is what we see and have seen for a while. So this is just a number which was also, I was pleased to hear this morning, quoted by your Minister for Trade, who he also mentioned these numbers. So if you look at the evolving measures of protectionism that countries have implemented, and here's a graph. So there are people in St. Gallen at the university, Simon Evenet's team, who've been meticulously collecting this kind of data for since the financial crisis. And the red line is new protectionist measures implemented around the world every year. So we have about 2,774 in 2024 implemented, newly implemented. And you see this rise. They started collecting this data in 2009, and I remember in 2009 talking to Simon, and we were shocked by the sheer amount of new protectionist measures in 2009 after the financial crisis, and look where we are now. So this is huge. The green line is liberalizing measures, also increases a little bit, but dwarfed by the protectionist measures. Who implements these? Just to remind us all, it's the US, it's China, but it is also Europe. And I'll come back to that later. Why is there so the darker the color in this graph, the more measures are implemented. And this is, I think, the whole over time. Why is there some variation in Europe? Trade policy is set at the European level. Yeah, but these are also what we would now probably call industrial policy measures that in a lot of cases are also protectionist. That's why there's some variation across EU countries, with Germany being the darkest color. Okay, and also our perception and our dealings with China have changed. The EU now defines China no longer just as a partner for cooperation, but also an economic competitor and a systemic rival. We all know that. Let's just remind us, there are benefits from globalization, and I very much take your point, Kevin, this morning, fully agree with that, but there are benefits. And I like this graph, because I think for me, this shows what we have done from what we've gained from globalization. It's a bit older, but I think you can probably extrapolate that graph. And it's taken from a publication by the Council of Economic Advisors in Germany a couple of years ago. But what you see in this graph is the world population. Okay, from 1870 to 2013. I'm not an economic historian. But you see these total numbers. So, of course, the population has increased. We know that. The green part of the graph is the numbers of the population not in poverty, and the blue number, the blue area is the number of the number of people in poverty. And what you see is population overall has increased, of course. But what's interesting, and what I take away from this is, look at the blue line. So the blue line is actually, in 2013, we had fewer people in poverty in absolute number, in absolute values, than in 1870. Now, of course, you can talk about how can you compare this. These are the UN definitions. How has this changed over time? I take all of that, but I think what you can see out of this graph is that in the era of globalization, so from the 1990s to here, 2013, the number of people in poverty, both in absolute terms and in relative terms, has declined. And I would see that as one of the perhaps the main benefits from globalization. Where do these benefits come from? And Paul also made this point this morning, and no offense to Heckscher-Ohlin, but it's countries that trade. Sorry, it's firms that trade. And firms that trade, they export, they import, they invest abroad, and they receive investment from abroad. Okay? And to do that, they have to. And let's talk about this very nice graph in terms of exporting, but the same applies to importing, the same applies to investing abroad, becoming a multinational. So in order to engage globally, you have to overcome some extra costs, you have to be competitive, and in order to do that, you have to innovate. And that's the point I want to come back to that. So once you have this, once you can overcome these levels, then you can get globally engaged. And let's just talk, then you can export, you can enter the export markets, and from that, what do you have from that? You have benefits from that. You have an extra demand that you can satisfy. And there is what we call learning by exporting. Okay, just by being in another market, you learn by doing. You have to become competitive to be in that foreign market. There is extra competitive pressure on these foreign markets that also help you to get your act together and become more competitive. And there's also knowledge transfer, voluntary and involuntary, but a lot of it voluntary. So by being in another market, you get technology transfer. So if people say, well, these are just theoretical concepts, there's a lot of evidence on this, a lot of the early evidence actually in the early 2000s based on microdata for Sweden, from economists in Stockholm and in Lund and other places, but also for other countries. There is evidence from RCTs, randomized controlled trials, that firms that start to export benefit from this. And there's also anecdotal evidence. I was just, and we talked about this over lunch, I was just in Brussels a couple of weeks ago, and I talked to a top manager in a European car maker. And he said, well, we are behind in terms of EVs. We know that. And I said, what do you do about it? Well, we go into the other market and we learn from the Chinese. We cooperate with them. And they cooperate with us voluntarily. And that's how they get technology. And that's how the Chinese firms learn. And that's how we learn in the EU. So there's a lot of this going on, knowledge transfer. Okay, and once you're in this market, well, there are feedbacks to your productivity. So having this learning by exporting allows you to be more competitive and you can enter other export markets. Okay, that's not the be-all and end-all, but there are benefits for workers. Okay, workers in these companies benefit. They receive higher wages. Maybe firms need to hire more skilled workers, so that has an impact on the education system, and workers generally become more productive and increase their wages. A lot of evidence on this, that this works. So now we have protectionism coming in, and that, of course, wedges a barrier into these links. And what becomes more important now is, in my view, innovation. Okay, so protectionism rises these extra costs that you have to cover to get into the other market. Well, yeah, you have to become more competitive. You have to innovate, increase your quality, reduce your prices. But it also drives a wedge into these post-productivity benefits, and knowledge transfer is hampered. Okay? And I think that's a problem we have to deal with. So what can the EU do? How do we turn the EU into a powerhouse? Well, good luck, EU. We talked, and I don't want to dwell too much about this, even though this is supposedly about trade policy. Of course, if there's protectionism in some market, well, you go out and seek other markets. So we talked about CPTPP this morning. We talked about new trade agreements between the EU and other countries. Yeah, that's all fine. Okay, you could also say, well, the EU is and should convince others not to use protectionism. And we talked about this over dinner last night, and the EU was called a beacon of stability and a beacon for free trade. Really? Is that the case? So in order to convince others to reduce tariffs and believe in free trade, you first of all have to believe in it yourself. Remember this graph? So the EU is not necessarily a beacon of, or a great believer in free trade, possibly. That's one thesis I would put out there. Why not? Also because recently the EU said, oh, well, if Trump raises 50% tariffs on steel and aluminium, we don't want to get all the Chinese exports, so let's also raise tariffs. Not really what you would do if you believed in free trade. So, yeah, if the EU does want to convince others, then it has to believe in it itself first and implement these policies at home first. Okay, another aspect that I think needs to be talked about and needs to strengthen is the EU single market, EU common market. Why? So we are worried, and rightly so, a lot about protectionism in the US and in China. But here I have a graph for Swedish exports. It looks actually fairly similar in terms of the overall numbers for German exports. But who is Sweden's biggest trading partner? Or how big is America, the US? Well, 10% of exports go to the US. Yeah, 10% is 10%, but it means 90% don't go there. China is less than 5% of your export market. So where are these other 85, 87%? Most of it in Europe, in the European Union and in other European countries. So that's really where the focus should be. We have the EU common market that's already the largest trading partner. The EU common market is far from perfect, and I'm talking about goods. I'm not even talking about the EU capital market, which really a single capital market, which isn't there, and of course services more generally as well. So I think there's a lot of potential here for the EU if it wants to become a powerhouse to look and do their homework about further integration of the EU market, and also getting people back, or countries back, like the United Kingdom, for example, or also involving Norway more strongly into this from a Swedish perspective in particular. Okay. But the point I really want to make here is that if we talk about trade policy, well, innovation policy is trade policy. That brings you back to this graph. How do you get firms to export? Well, they have to be competitive. They need to innovate. They need to have innovative products. So innovation policy is trade policy. And I think that's a link we have to make and policymakers have to make. And if we accept that, then a lot of innovation policy is in Mario Draghi's report from a couple of years ago. And we should probably sit down and see what we can implement and how to implement it and how to implement it quickly. Okay, so why do I say innovation policy is trade policy? A little commercial break. For the last 4 years, I've been leading a European consortium on a project on global supply chains in the EU Horizon project. And here we were particularly looking at global supply chains and services, and here in particular, global supply chains, so global value chains in technology and knowledge. Okay? So in a similar way as we know an awful lot about supply chains in goods, we can also think about supply chains in knowledge. So what do I mean? If you, for example, look at patents, you can see what patents are actually cited and where is your patent being cited. So you have also an input-output link here. And that's one thing we've looked at. And if you do this, and if you compare a PIO, so that's a production input-output table, the common way of looking at it using trade data, and if we use patent data to construct what we might call a knowledge input-output table, and you look at the network, they look very remarkably similar. So trade in goods and trade in knowledge go together at the aggregate level. There are differences, of course. I don't want to say they're identical. They're not identical, but they're very, very similar. And perhaps I was told at lunch to be a bit more optimistic. The optimistic side is that the Europeans play a much bigger role in the knowledge input-output table than they do in the knowledge network, transfer network, than they do in the production network. This is aggregate data. This also holds at the firm level. We can look at different issues here. So some colleagues from Aarhus who were part of this project looked at Danish firms and their supplier networks. And you can see that if you have benefits from being in a supplier network and expanding your supplier network because you transfer technology in this. Okay, economists also always ask about causality. Causality goes both ways. So one aspect is that the more knowledge is in this network, the more qualitative the goods become the supplies, and you therefore expand and you buy more from these suppliers. And this goes the other way around as well. If you buy more, then there's also more knowledge flows. So innovation and trading goods go together. We also know that innovation is dominated by multinationals. Okay, I'm not talking foreign multinationals, they can also be local multinationals, but here are two graphs. This is just the location of multinationals in Europe and the location of patents, patent applications in Europe. And again, you see they're fairly similar. Okay, the darker it is, the more action is going on. So you see Paris, for example, you see Bavaria in Germany, you see the area around Dublin. That's quite dark in both graphs. Okay, so these go together. So another aspect of globalization. Multinationals do create patenting, and they are the main actors. Okay, there are a lot of policy implications from this. One being, well, maybe you should think about your domestic companies and how you get them to innovate in order to get them into this loop of globalization. And another aspect, and this is unfortunately a little more pessimistic perhaps, but another aspect, of course, of innovation is, and technology policy is, we want to cooperate with universities. That's where knowledge is created, and that's where companies also benefit from spin-offs and so on and so on. And it was mentioned this morning in the context of the US policy towards universities might not be the smartest thing. If you look at European universities, well, the European universities are actually not doing very well in terms of patenting. So these are patents generated by universities, and if you do a list, and that's what our colleagues from Grants did, you have the top 50 universities in the world, and there's not a single university from an EU country in this top 50. Okay, there are 2 Europeans, and that's Oxford and Imperial College in the UK, non-EU country. The rest is US, China mostly. Okay, so we have a problem. And you see the regional distribution of patenting as well. And there are a lot of very, very light spots where there's not much patenting happening. Now, there are a lot of institutional characteristics for this regulation that you can say explains this, yeah, but we need to change something here if we want to become more innovative. Okay, so innovation policy is trade policy for me, and I hope I made this link clear. But of course, it also means trade policy is innovation policy. So if we do create new markets, new trade agreements through trade policy with countries like India, Indonesia, perhaps it's CPTPP countries, sorry, that will have implications for innovation. And we have to think about these implications for innovation while thinking about how to implement the trade policy, or the trade policy. Okay, and as I said before, there is a lot of evidence for knowledge transfer taking place. Knowledge transfer goes both ways. European companies rely on it. So trade restrictions that also restrict the flow of knowledge, which they will because they're linked, even if you're not aiming at technology flows, they will be impeded, and you do that at your own peril. And let me just finish by this, because I like this quote by Sabine Weyand, Director General of the Trade DG. Well, we need partners more than ever, but we have to engage on a basis of strength. And I think this strength has to come from competitiveness and innovation, and we do need partners in trade policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Holger. You can take a seat. We'll then reconvene all 3 speakers here soon. The driving force behind the competitiveness agenda during Sweden's 2023 EU presidency was Eva Sjögren, Director General for EU Affairs at the Prime Minister's office here in Sweden. And perhaps equally important, she used to be the head of the Department for Economic Analysis at the National Board of Trade, Sweden. We are delighted to have you here and to discuss how we can turn the EU into an economic powerhouse for the future. Welcome up on stage, Eva Sjögren.
Thank you so much, Per, and I'm very happy to be here. And just to explain a bit more who I am, and I think I represent sort of the group of people working closer to policymakers in the panels here today. I've had my post now for 7 years, so I have served 3 prime ministers, so I'm a civil servant, and that's in the capacity that I also speak here today. And I think I need to start with the main challenges that we've heard it from several speakers here today, that we are facing in Europe with the geopolitical risks, and not least with Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine that is affecting everything. And that the rules-based order is under pressure, I think it's an understatement. And protectionist tendencies is on the rise, and unfortunately also within the EU. But to face these challenges, we of course need growth. Growth and security is highly interlinked, and we need to increase productivity. I think this is something that I don't have to remind economists about, but sometimes we have to remind politicians about it, that there are no real shortcuts to competitiveness. And I think close collaboration between academia and businesses and policymakers, I think it's more important than ever, because sometimes there is a tendency that when you talk about the classic trade theories or empirical research, you can be called naive. So I think we have a lot of work to do. So this conference is excellent. Well, Per, I don't think it was me only that made sure that competitiveness was one of the priority for the government before our presidency in 2023. But it was a priority that luckily, and that is Sweden, was well anchored in the Swedish parliament. So there was support from left to right for this priority. The Prime Minister Kristersson, just before our presidency, he decided to make sure that it was a clear signal from the other leaders in the European Council that the Commission should present a strategy to boost long-term competitiveness based on productivity. And I don't think it's so common that you see this word productivity in conclusions from the European Council, but it was, of course, important. And he succeeded, and we continued during our presidency, and the Commission eventually presented its competitiveness compass. Well, now we have to make sure that we do the right choices to turn Europe into economic powerhouse, because we are not really there yet. And as you know, it has been references made to the Draghi report and the Letta report, of course. We haven't talked so much about Letta, who focused on the single market. It is, however, interesting that we sort of overuse former Italian prime ministers, but well, that's how it is. And Ursula von der Leyen, she has also made competitiveness as one of the main priorities for her second commission. You can see that it's security on the one hand and competitiveness on the other hand, that sort of focus of this commission. And Draghi's message was clear. We need to increase productivity because otherwise we cannot afford to keep up with the geopolitical race that we are on. One thing that I think received most media attention with the Draghi report, perhaps because it's very long, I mean, it's worth reading, but it's very long, was his assessment of the needs of investments in Europe. I think it was 800 billion euros. I don't know how we sort of calculate this, but anyway, it's a lot of money. Fortunately, he stated that this money needs to come from private sector, not only public money, because this, you all know, you can't buy competitiveness. But he also emphasized that we need to create better conditions for innovation and to make Europe attractive to investments. The regulatory burden needs to be seriously looked at, and also the untapped potential of the single market, and I will come back to this. Now we have 1 year after the Draghi report, and the debate is going on whether we have done enough. My point is that it is, of course, extremely urgent to achieve results and to increase growth, but it will take time, and I think we have to be realistic about this. We don't have time, but it will take time. I think the lack of growth in Europe is, of course, a consequence of lack of reforms for a long time, not least in member states. And the EU's innovation capacity is lower compared to, for example, the US, due to several structural weaknesses, and this you can't change it in a day. We have remaining barriers within our single market, as we have heard several speakers talk about. We also have lower business investments in R&D. I think when you compare the EU and the US, it's fairly similar when it comes to public investments in the EU, even though all member states do not reach the 3% target. But business investment is lower, and one have to think about making perhaps incentives for this. And we have, of course, lower access to venture capital and a high regulatory burden. Now I will give you a few reflections where I think we stand, and then I will finalize with a sort of a wish list where I see the need for increased research or knowledge sharing to be transferred to policymakers. But first and foremost, I would like to start with the single market. A lot of work remains. Many of you, I think, know the figures from IMF. I think they are quite good to use, that if you transfer the barriers within the single market into a thought tariff, it would be as much as 44% on goods and 110% on services. I think this gives you, when we are talking about the consequences of very high tariffs towards, from the US, we can also reflect what we are doing ourselves. I think we need to focus more on the things that we control ourselves. Of course, it is important to talk about all the geopolitical challenges, but we cannot afford to not focus on the barriers that we actually create ourselves. So, and I think we also have to look at enforcement, and this sounds a bit boring and legalistic, but it is important because if we implement our common legislation too much in 27 different ways, it doesn't help businesses if we have agreed to harmonize our rules. So I think this is a priority with a lot of potential. I mean, it is easier for businesses to have one rule instead of 27 rules. Sorry. And that brings me to the simplification agenda. I mean, we really need to reduce administrative burden. When you talk to businesses, this is what you hear. It has to be easier. And the von der Leyen Commission, they have set a target. They always set targets, but I think it's quite good. It's ambitious. They want to reduce administrative burden by 25% and 35% for SMEs. And they have started a so-called omnibus process. Typical Brussels lingo. What is that? Well, the Commission put forward packages of simplification, but it goes fast. And of course, you can argue, is it real simplification? But well, you have to start somewhere, and it goes fast. The Commission delivers several omnibus packages. It is also dealt with fast in the Council. Unfortunately, the European Parliament a bit slower, because we have to agree, of course. And from the Swedish side, we have contributed to this. Not an easy process, but still, the government put forward 63 proposals of simplification to the Commission before summer, and several of them has now been taken up by the Commission. When it comes to simplification, it's easy to only talk about these omnibus packages, but of course we have to reflect, how can we legislate in a better way from the beginning? And this is something that we have to look into. How do we do this? How do we avoid to end up in a situation where we 5 years later need to put forward even more omnibus packages? And here I would say that the jury is out if we are on the right track. I mean, the Commission is a regulatory, institution. That is what they do. They put proposals on the table. We have to make sure that those proposals is not complicated, too much complicated. Turning shortly to trade policy, I will not talk so much about it. A lot has already been said. But I think my point here is that, yes, it is very challenging. But also, I think the bilateral trade agenda from the Commission is actually, the speed is up, also due to the problems we have. So I see some light in the tunnel, even if it's complicated. I think it is important, it was said here, interesting slip, who is trading with who? I think it is important to remind policymakers that it is not governments or presidents that are trading. It is actually firms or businesses, companies that do this. Draghi talked about the need, as I said, 800 billion for investments. We really need to deepen and integrate the European capital market. And I think Sweden, is a good example here. I think we have one of the deepest capital markets in Europe. A lot of member states looks at us with some envy. Of course, it is not so easy to change quickly because, to change this, you need to make sure that member states make national pension reforms. It was not easy to make the reforms in our country when we did it, but there are also other, of course, reforms that can be made. And I know that the government is selling the idea of investments and savings account, the so-called ISK account, and it is actually quite a lot of interest from other member states. And the Commission has recently come up with a proposal, well, a recommendation for ISK accounts based on the Swedish system. But the point is that we need really to get all these savings into the market, so our businesses, they do not have to go somewhere else when they want to grow. And several initiatives is actually on its way from the Commission. On R&D, I talked a bit about this. We need to stay focused on excellence. This is a debate that is now going on with the new budget that has been long-term budget that's on the table, and the conditions for the next Horizon program, the EU's research program, to keep excellence at the core of EU's research policy. Now I turn to industrial policy. Thank you for explaining the different colors in the EU, that it was due to industrial policy, state aid, I guess. And here the Commission has proposed a new competitiveness fund, which includes a lot of industrial policy. And leaving the size of the budget aside, where, you know, Sweden has a lot of, well, we have clear ideas that this budget is far too big. But looking at the content, I think we really need to engage and look at this competitiveness fund quite thoroughly. The idea is to finance projects within technological sectors, strategic ones. The question is, of course, which ones and how do we do it? And the billion-euro question, I think, is to find the right balance. On the one hand, increasing Europe's self-sufficiency for economic security reasons by different market interventions, and on the other hand, to minimize market distortions. How do we do this? Come up with an answer, and we would be very happy, I think. So my point is that the policy landscape is full of these difficult trade-offs, and government measures must be based on more evidence and merits. And I think we need to reflect a bit more carefully what the role of governments should be here, and how government action can strengthen preconditions for long-term innovation and productivity. Because politicians want to do things, and then we have to, of course, come up with proposals. What would be the best policy mix? And that brings me to the end and my wish list. First, I think the trade-off between making the right choices when it comes to economic security and openness is something that we need to look more into. And I think it would be good to make the trade-offs a bit more visible. I think sometimes, yes, we need to produce some things in Europe, but what and how? And to make it more visible that it will have a trade-off, probably, when it comes to productivity. It will also make the choices more clear. So to have more voices from academia, and on my wish list, perhaps also with some examples from business that I think would be very good at this time. And number two, I think, what lessons can we draw from experiences on industrial policies? Are there industrial policies that actually enhance productivity and innovation? And how should they be formulated? If such empirical research exists, I think to bring this to policymakers at this point of time, to do this, market orientation, keep competition in there, and to see what would be the right mix. Thirdly, and I think my favorite, that would be actually the single market. Again, my point that we have to focus on things that we control ourselves. Having said that, of course, this is not easy. How many times have we had single market strategies? It is very good that we now have a new single market strategy, but we really need to do something about all the obstacles in the single market, because this is a huge potential. I have a feeling that researchers working on the single market is mostly, well, not all, but mostly from the legalistic point of view. That is very good and very important. But I think we need more economic research on the single market. So that would be my last ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eva, for those remarks. What was it you said, that we were over-relying on Italian former prime ministers? I guess we're over-relying on Spanish economists and policymakers at this conference. The former Nobel laureate Paul Krugman once said that productivity isn't everything, but in the long run, it's nearly everything. The main way that the EU can become an economic powerhouse is through productivity improvements in the private sector. And if 21st century trade theory has taught us anything, it's that firms matter. Here to discuss the EU external trade policy from a business perspective is Johan Henriksson, Chief Executive Officer of Freja EID. Freja is an electronic identity digital application officially recognized by both Sweden and the EU. Welcome, Johan Henriksson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think Patrick invited me here because I represent two things. One is I represent, Holger, thank you for putting that word, the firm. So we actually do trade, and we do learn from trade. I can substantiate that statement directly. So that's one thing. The second thing is I like competition. That's basically the foundation of the business that we built today and the businesses that I built previously. So what I will talk about today are my experiences and the experiences I've had of building companies and expanding into Europe. I am not from academia. I cannot verbatim give you the entire Draghi report. I'm not interested in it. I've read it. I enjoyed it. But that's about it. So I'll give you my 50 cents and do with it what you like. So I'm the CEO and founder of Freja EID. That's a digital identity service. So it's a software as a service. So we sell a software service in Sweden and across Europe and actually across the globe as well. We have users from around 170 countries currently. We have about 1.5 million users using our app daily. But we are mainly focused in Sweden because that's where we built the company originally. But it was very much built on the premises that we would expand that in a European context and in a global context as well. What we do relates quite well to the Draghi report because it's, I mean, we are involved in IT, but also in cybersecurity and defense. So there's quite a lot of things that that resonate well with me when I read the report. From my perspective, ideas have never been the problem. There's lots of brilliant ideas all the time. And if you work in an industry like mine, you will find that every day you will come across new ideas. The problem lies in the execution of those and the fact that you need to find people willing to sacrifice maybe salary for a few years and take the effort and the risk of failing. Because that, at the end of the day, is what you risk when you start something on your own. I've done that a couple of times, and it's an interesting experience. It's a roller coaster. And some of the experience that we have and some of the challenges we had, relate quite well to what I read in the Draghi report. One of them is the financing part. Now, how do you go about financing a company that wants to build a national infrastructure? Because that's basically what we've done since 2017. Now, building national infrastructure in digital identities requires basically connection to all public sector entities, a lot of private sector entities. It requires building trust in the solution that you're proposing. And that costs money. If you look at our biggest competitors in the Nordic region, they've spent about 1 billion kroners building that type of infrastructure. We've done the same for about 250 million kroners. That's the difference. But they are owned by banks. We are owned by the stock market. That's the difference. We are engaging in a competitive environment, and we're trying to do things as quickly and cheaply as possible without compromising on the trust. But when we set about this journey, we needed to find capital. So how do you do that? Well, one way is, of course, talk to venture capitalists. The other is to do an IPO. We chose to do an IPO, and the simple reason for that was when we talked to the venture capitalists of Sweden, at least at the time, their suggestion was very simple. Relocate to the US with your families, take your entire company, move to the US, then we'll sponsor you with money. But I didn't want to go to the US. That was the problem. I kind of enjoyed Sweden at the time. I have a wife and family and children. I want to stay in Sweden. I don't want to relocate. So the choice was quite simple. We did an IPO and we trusted the stock market to finance our expansion. Now, that's not entirely unproblematic. As you may have realized the last few years and during the pandemic, the stock market wasn't really interested in taking risk, which is a problem during certain points in time. But at the end of the day, we've succeeded, so I won't argue with that. But anyway, financing is a problem, and it is a problem for small companies with an idea, especially an idea that may cost money and take time. The second thing is, and that's also part of the Draghi report, we can't trade scale we don't have. And the problem in building an IT company in Sweden is that as Sweden is such a small market, we really can't grow enough just by being in Sweden. We need to look in the European perspective. Now, what happens when I go down to Germany or to France? It's not the same country. It's not the same culture. It's not the same maturity in terms of technology. It's not even the same tradition when it comes to investment in, say, IT, for instance. So we're just a collection of countries. We are not one single market. And we need to acknowledge that, because that's not going to change, in my world at least, anytime soon. And that's a reality that European companies have to face. But it is a disadvantage. Had we been in the US, of course, we would have access to a very large, more or less homogeneous market. Now we are not. So we need to deal with these differences in our different countries. Now, my biggest problem here is not really the fact that when I go to France, I need to speak French, or when I go to Germany, I need to speak German, albeit I don't speak German, so that is a problem, but I can employ people who do. But my problem is more with the fact that the regulation we've put in place, I mean, we have a lot of regulation. I'm sure somebody down here can probably tell me how much regulation we have in place. My problem is not necessarily the fact that we have regulation, but the fact that it's open for interpretation. Which means that if you go to any two particular banks in Sweden, they will have different interpretations of the same set of rules proposed by the EU. So the digital DORA requirements, which is operational resilience, I don't even remember what it stands for, but anyway, that set of rules is completely open for interpretation, which means that two different banks in Sweden alone will have two different interpretations. If I go to different banks in Germany, they will have their own set of interpretations. Now, this increases the complexity for me building a company, because I can't even trust that the same piece of legislative text will be interpreted in the same way by two different companies in two different countries. That is a much bigger problem than the fact that there are 3,500 whatever new laws or whatever you want to, regulations passed each year. It doesn't really matter the amount of laws. It's the fact that they're inconsistent and they're open for interpretation. So that's a problem for me, at least. Then we have the fact that, yes, having a lot of regulation is a burden. And the fact is that it wasn't until after a number of years that we could even entertain the idea of moving into Europe, because we had to focus on the Swedish legislation to start with. And then you could say, well, Swedish legislation, that shouldn't be so complex. Well, it's not consistent. It's not perfect. It's actually a morass of different rules which don't make sense whatsoever. So even in our local market, we have enormous problems just competing fairly because it's not actually that consistent here. But moving abroad into the EU framework, that becomes even more accentuated. And I'll take one example before I round off. It's the EIDAS framework. The EIDAS framework is there to basically propose a common identity for Europe. It's a brilliant idea. They've tried it once. It was called EIDAS 1.0. We're approved for it. It was a fairly simple setup. It was a very simple technological setup. We support it today. We're approved for it, but it failed. So what did the EU do in this case? Well, they created something much more complex, much more regulated, infinitely more complex from a technical standpoint. And you seriously believe this will work? You make something more complicated, and then it will work? No, of course it won't. Added to that was the fact that the EU decided, well, let's say this as well. Not only shall we put the requirements in place from a technological standpoint, let's also get involved in the commercials. So they got involved in the commercials and said, you can't charge for this service. Okay, so what does that mean for me as the CEO of a public company? I can't charge for a service if I bring it into Europe. So how am I going to make money off that? It's virtually impossible. And I've actually talked to quite a lot of vendors in Europe, both large defense manufacturers and smaller startup firms. Nobody understands this. Everybody thinks it's a brilliant idea, and it is, but nobody understands how to make money off it for the simple fact that somebody decided to get involved in a detail they shouldn't be involved in. That's a problem with some of these regulations. So those were my 50 cents. Thank you so much.
Can stay on stage. Thank you so much, Johan, for those 50 cents. Let's see if we can bring that up to $1 or even more. So Eva and Holger, please come up on stage, and maybe we can shift the tables again, like this. If you hold the glass, please. Was that your glass, Johan? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. So if you stand here, then Lovi here. So, good discussion coming up. Are there any questions, Lovi?
Yeah, do we have any questions on this very important and interesting topic from the audience? Yes, we can take a question here.
Hi, my name is Anna Granelli from the National Board of Trade, where I work in the Department for the Internal Market. So I noticed that there is one sort of topic that has not been mentioned by anyone here, and that is the EU enlargement. And I was thinking, when we're talking now about competitiveness and looking forward, there was this brilliant column, I thought, in Vox EU a while ago called the EU Miracle, when 75 million were lifted to high income. And I was just thinking, is there any sense, you think, in which the enlargement, if it could succeed, could be maybe the impetus that could drive growth and competitiveness in the EU? If we could see it that way. Of course, I know there are challenges, but could we maybe have that perspective and use it in that way?
Thank you. Who would like to? Yeah, Eva, go ahead.
Yes, no, thank you for bringing up enlargement. I think now, of course, enlargement, perhaps that was the case also before, that it's a geostrategic necessity for the EU to enlarge. That's one thing. I think talking about research and the single market, I mean, it's a remarkable economic growth in the countries that entered in 2004. And that is not because of cohesion. Sometimes, it's because the rich part of the EU throw money on those countries. Well, it made perhaps some good things, hopefully, but it's actually the single market that lifted. So I think this example could also be used, the benefits of the single market, because here we have the empery is there. So, yeah, so thank you for mentioning.
Maybe if I can add, we've been very pessimistic this morning, so let me add to this.
Positive is, yes.
The question, or the potential problem is, of course, one that we're already facing, that within a union of 27, 26, decision-making is difficult. And the more you enlarge this without reforming the decision-making process, it's very, very difficult, and it makes it even more difficult. So if you're talking about trade policy, which has to be, which is decided at the EU level, but then individual countries have to agree to some aspects, and the more you have at the table, the more difficult this becomes, as long as we insist on unanimous votes or approval.
Perfect, thank you. You're done? Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. I think I saw a question, back there.
Thank you so much. I would like to help Eva have one of her dreams come true. And then that comes with a question. So your second ask was the research regarding industrial policy. And here I would like to let you know of some of the really interesting work that has been done by the Kommerskollegium. Actually the chief economist here, who talked about, the previous chief economist here, who had looked very long term on the effects of industrial policy and whether or not states were better at picking winners, and looking at this also from a Chinese point. And the truth is no. And the second part, which comes back to Simon Evenet's Global Trade Alert, that was Holger's graph there. What he brings up when he talks about industrial policy is that not only is it very different from a trade perspective in terms of picking winners and losers, but the very difficult part about it is that once you have them in the system, they're virtually impossible to remove, unlike tariffs. And so I'm interested to see does that at all play into the conversations that you have at the government level, either in Sweden or at the EU level? The differences between, that industrial policy as a different animal.
Well, I think this is a discussion that is actually, shall I? Yes?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I think this is a discussion that is really, starting now with this proposal, as I mentioned, about the competitiveness fund. I think, of course, we have industrial policy in Sweden as well, but we have a sort of, for a long time, a certain skepsis for all those reasons, based in academia and research. Not so very much in other member states. You looked at this map of yours, you could see the amount of state aid. And I think when you read the proposals from the Commission, they are pointing out areas, it's AI, it's quantum computing, and so forth. So I think what would be good is to make sure, well, okay, if you choose a broad area such as AI, but how can you make sure that public money is used as technique neutral as possible and to keep the market forces and competition as much as possible? So I think one have to accept that certain technologies will be pointed out. One can debate if it's correct or not. But I think to have more granular ideas how to do this market-based. That would be my sort of developed wish list.
Yes. Thank you. And I think I saw a hand here earlier, right?
Thank you, Lena Johansson. I have a history both in the National Board of Trade and other organizations working for free trade. My question was partly already answered by Eva, but in the innovation policy, it seems still like a traditional industrial policy. So I would stick to my second part of my question. It would be interesting to hear Holger Jörn comment on the EU designed in innovation policy, since if I understood you correctly, for you in innovation policy is trade policy, totally something else. So it would be interesting if you commented on the EU innovation policy.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting. No? I mean, yeah, I do believe innovation policy is very, very important. I think generally, also to come back to the first question, I think the problem with industrial policy as such is that we don't really know how well it works, and it's certainly very difficult to take one example, say China, and say we want to do the same in Europe or in Germany or in Sweden. So I think there we really need to know a lot more and get more data, and in order to really get a good view on this, how effective the industrial policy really is. In terms of the innovation policy, yeah, seriously, I am still waiting. So there is, I think, a lot of good, there's a lot of talk. Yeah, I think Eva mentioned it, Ursula von der Leyen said it's going to be a productivity growth time now in her second term. Yeah, we don't really see that yet, and I don't know whether the individual companies see it, but there is talk, but I think in terms of real, tangible policy implementations, yeah, I think we're still waiting, and then of course the jury is certainly still out on whether they make sense.
Thank you. So I've seen a couple of hands now, so if we could try to keep the questions a bit shorter. So yeah, please here in the aisle there, yeah.
John Clark, I'm a former European Commission trade negotiator. When it comes to industrial policy and trying to restore competitiveness, what do you honestly think that we can learn, if anything, from China? And can Europe intervene in the economy to the extent that China does?
Who would like to?
My answer is very short, not much and no. I think the first one was, what can we learn from China? I think China is I mean, any country. It's not just firms are heterogeneous, countries are heterogeneous as well. And I think China, since the 1980s, has had a lot of idiosyncratic features that we can't replicate. And it's not just industrial policy. There's a lot went on in that country. Therefore, yeah, we can try and understand what they did and how it worked in China, but then to really take this one-to-one into Europe, I don't think that's going to work, certainly not easily.
Thank you. Yeah, we can take Patrick here as well.
Thank you so much. I had a question to you, Johan, being also an alumni from SSE and one of the entrepreneurs that have walked through these doors over the years. The utilization of these grand free trade agreements that we've seen, is that something that kind of occupies your mind and your colleagues in the corporate world and sector? And how do we connect the corporate level to the free trade agreements? I mean, you're the ones actually going to make the workshop out of the negotiations.
I'm sure the answer would be different if I headed an extremely large corporation like Microsoft, and maybe the answer would be yes, it does take a lot of time for me. No, it doesn't at all. I don't really care. for the simple reason that I'm looking for customers wanting to buy something. And if we can reach an agreement, we can solve the rest of the problems along the way. I don't really need to get into the detail of the legislation until we actually have a customer there. And then it may affect the end price, it may affect the deliveries and lots of other variables, but it's not something that keeps me up at night to grow the company, no.
Thank you. Paul, did you have a question earlier? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to do it quick. It's a question for Johan. So I'm a trade economist. I'm based in the U.S. and I'm worried about Trump trade policies. We talked about this earlier. But what really keeps me up at night is the immigration policies. Okay, both for the humane aspects of it, but also because I think it's likely to impact innovation in the U.S. dramatically. So the question I have for you is, what is your sense of, how costly might have been for Sweden or Europe more generally the fact that other people like you maybe didn't have a wife or family and chose to kind of take their ideas to the U.S. How costly was that, and can we turn that around and be optimistic that the Johans of the future, even without kids and a family, will decide to stay in Sweden because they don't want to have anything to do with the U.S.? Is that something that should make us hopeful? Or is that not really a realistic constraint?
I don't know. There's always the dream of the U.S. Somehow that hasn't completely disappeared yet. I don't necessarily think that will go away. But I think the experience I have is a lot of small companies don't have a problem starting off in Sweden or even developing in Sweden and Europe. I think they reach a level of size and then suddenly they decide to relocate to the US for the simple reason that it is a much larger market and it's more homogeneous in that sense. So the problems that you incur in Europe are not present there in quite the same way. And that's a challenge Europe needs to face.
Thank you. I also think I saw a hand in the back before. Is that still, yeah?
Yes. Hi, Lisa Dunn, Stockholm University. I'm interested in the political conditions for the policies we're talking about. And I think the political basis and the democratic basis to enact free trade policy becomes thinner and thinner over the past 15 years. And some speakers have alluded to that. People have voted more and more for political forces that are against free trade. And the rise of economic nationalism and isolationism is seen in the US and in Europe. And it's here to stay. But I'm wondering about the strategic thinking and public policy and also in company policies about how this could be tackled or dealt with. Is this something that's completely removed from trade policy making? Or is this something that we have to take into account? Are we going back to thinking that embedded liberalism and strong welfare states are the solution to bring people on board, or explaining to the left behind rural areas what's good in trade? What do we do? I know it's a grand question, but I'm just interested in if you have any thoughts on that. Thank you.
I'm thinking maybe Eva, do you want to?
Wow, I was just trying. No. I think it's a super important question and impossible, of course, to answer. But I think I was reflecting when we talked about this before in another panel, that of course we have a common trade policy, but we do not have common other policies. And well, we do not want that from Sweden, to have more common social policy. But I think it will not work if not member states take the responsibility of actually, the welfare state part of it, which should not be EU policy, but we are in this club together, and then everyone has to take that responsibility. That is easier said than done. But I think the reason why this country has been, from left to right, positive to trade policy, that is actually the Swedish model in the labor market, that we have trade unions, some of them are represented here, I think, that are positive and in favor of trade, see the benefit of it, is of course due to the Swedish welfare model. And this is not so easy to, export but I think, so I don't have, the how do we take this forward? But I think this is an important discussion, and it has to be in the political, awareness.
Thank you. Yeah, Per, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I'll step into my role as chief economist then and say that I think that first you have to determine what has caused the backlash. And it was, someone said here before in an earlier panel that it's because of globalization. I'm not sure that it is. I don't see evidence yet that clearly shows that. Because, I mean, you see nationalist policies and economic policies that are turning inward in all different countries across the world. Whether they are performing really well, such as Poland or India, or in countries that have had problems and where there has been research done, such as the US. But because we are in such a US, at least in economics, as we talked about before, US perspectives dominate. There is some evidence in the US, and therefore that has become the short answer to this. So I think we need to start by figuring out through the political economy of this, what exactly is the cause. And maybe there are different causes, and then the solution and the answers are also different depending on the context and the country. So I think we haven't come very far, is my answer to that.
Thank you. And I think it's time to wrap up. So thank you very much, Eva, Johan, and Holger, for this really interesting discussion and also great presentations into making Europe a powerhouse again. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we reach the end of this session, and it's time for a coffee break again. And I've heard there's going to be some fika, so please enjoy and be back here in 30 minutes, so 3:15. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we can start to take a seat. So, thank you. So welcome back, everyone. We now move into the last session of the day, but it's an important one. Economic statecraft for a new age. In this session, we'll explore how trade and economic policy are increasingly being used as tools of statecraft and what that means for our global system at large. We'll hear two perspectives, one from academic research and one from the world of economic analysis and policy advice. To begin, I am very pleased to welcome Vinny Aggarwal from the University of California, Berkeley, a leading scholar on international political economy. He will share his reflection on what economic statecraft means in this new age and how governments are increasingly using it to pursue strategic goals. So please join me in welcoming Vinny Aggarwal to the stage.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Kommerskollegium for inviting me, and also the Swedish School of Economics, and also Anders. So Anders was pointing out to me that Sweden is a harmonious place, so they always keep the troublemakers for the end. So I'm a dual troublemaker, or in the US in baseball, we say I already have 2 strikes against me. I'm a political scientist, heaven forbid, and worse, I'm an American. So that's 2 strikes against me. I'm not a very good Trump supporter, though, I should say. Okay, so let me just dive right in, given time constraints. And I'd like to talk about what is new economic statecraft. And as we'll see, new economic statecraft is new, but it's also old. We've seen economic statecraft before. We'll then talk about what economic statecraft looks like in practice. That is, what have countries done? I'll just give 2 examples from China and the United States. And then I'll talk about the kind of work I've done with my PhD student, who's now a professor, on strategic state intervention in high technology sectors, based on a book we're doing. And then I'll come to the last part, where I will be more in alignment with all the economists, because I will try to think about how should we deal with the management of economic statecraft. And I'll talk about the difference between a neoliberal model and a mercantilist model. So first, what is new economic statecraft? In this book that just came out 2 months ago with some leading economists, including Simon Evnett, who I've published a lot with. See, I published with liberal economists. There's an analysis of both countries and regions and sectors. So this is my marketing pitch. So go get the book. Otherwise, I'll send it to you. If you don't buy it, you see, I do teach in the business school, but I'm not that much of a money-making guy. So let me begin with the first perspective. So we have this kind of, it's the economy stupid, election of 1992. Why did Bill Clinton say this? Well, because it was the post-World War, Cold War era. And in the post-Cold War era, at that time, they were developing 2 important beliefs, which we heard about before. Exchange with China would lead China to become democratic. And second, the commercial liberal peace hypothesis, going back to Kant, or not Kant, but actually commercial liberal peace comes from others, but basically that more trade would lead to peace. And so what was the idea? Think about just the global economy, think about efficiency, supply chains, etc. And you know, when I teach in the business school at Berkeley, which I really enjoy doing, all my colleagues are talking about efficient supply chains and how you should manage your companies and how do you do this globally, which all makes sense. But unfortunately, efficiency is not the only goal that states have. They also have security goals. So simply focusing on efficiency might not be enough. Meanwhile, to pick on the political scientists, they didn't think much of economics. If you look at Henry Kissinger, until the near end of his life, he thought economics was totally unimportant. It was all realpolitik, do whatever you want, states are operating in a particular way, power balances, alliances, and the manipulation of international system. Then we had this very classic book in 1985 by David Baldwin, a political scientist, with the title Economic Statecraft. So he looked primarily at sanctions. He talked about a bunch of different examples, and later on we see examples of the Iraq example, and of course the Ukraine-Russia example with sanctions. Now, what is new economic statecraft? Why do we coin this term besides to increase my Google citation count? And the answer is because it is new. There is a new approach of using economic tools which include industrial policy, trade restrictions, and investment regulations, which we haven't talked much about today, all of with the goal of achieving geopolitical strategic ends. And in a series of papers we've done, including the World Trade Review, which is the journal of the World Trade Organization, we look at what this means for the global trading order. So what does new economic statecraft look like in practice? In the special issue we did on high technology, we looked not just at the US-China situation, but the problem of middle powers. And if you look at Asian middle powers, they have the most serious problem, right? Asian middle powers are stuck with high dependence on the Chinese market, and at the same time, not everyone, but dependence on the United States for defense. And that is a very uncomfortable situation to be in when you are kind of caught between these two situations. So what are some examples? I'll just give a few. China has this example of government-guided funds for industrial policy, most famously China, Made in China 2025. And, you know, economists can debate this a lot, but I was teaching some students at INSEAD, and they said, oh, you're so smart, you always act like you know everything. Tell me, which industry should I go into? And I said, well, I'll tell you the 10 industries you should not go into. And he said, how do you know that? I said, here's the list the Chinese put out. They told us they're going to dominate these sectors. And by the way, they do. Solar panels, wind, batteries, electric cars, okay? It was not a free market. That's not how it happened. There was lots of state intervention. Then the criticism is, well, it's very inefficient. I said, well, that's because you have an economic view of the world, not a business school view of the world or a corporate view. If you can get your competitors out of the market and dominate the market, and there's somewhat high barriers to entry, as there are in several sectors, you can raise prices, you can make money, and you can undermine your competitors. And the Chinese have explicitly said that. They don't even hide it. We will dominate by 2045 or 2049 is what they say. Okay, we have an anti-foreign sanctions law to deal with the United States. We have the use of mega free trade agreements such as RCEP. This is an important agreement that the Chinese have managed to sign. We have the Belt and Road policy of the Chinese, which is very important. And then they also have national security reviews of foreign investment, which they've had for a long time. This also is not a new idea. It's been there for a very long time. Now let's look at the US. We have the 2018 Trump tariffs, and of course, I didn't go into all the tariffs now more recently, but of course, we have all these tariffs more recently. We didn't hear much about this FIRMA, which is very important. Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act in 2018, in the first Trump term. This was the only bipartisan bill that I really know of where Democrats and Republicans all aligned together, which expands the jurisdiction of CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, which has been around since 1970s. And the one case I teach is the Dubai Ports World, but that's one of the very few cases where CFIUS was involved and there was a lot of politics. Basically, CFIUS didn't do anything. But in the last 5 or 6 years, FIRMA is everything. If you're in venture capital, if you're in private equity, you have to worry all the time. Will the US government review you? And check to see if you have Chinese investors, Iranian investors, Russian investors. And so this has put a big damper, not just on trade, but on investment. Now, what other things has the US done? Export controls, we know that. Trying to make a deal with ASML to make sure they don't send chip-making machinery. We have the Chips and Science Act, additional credits, and so on. So this is a kind of industrial policy that was followed by Biden. So what's important to keep in mind is everybody talks about Trump, but Biden did the same thing. If you look at Biden's trade policy, it's nearly indistinguishable, except for the very recent aggressive policies, from Trump 1. He kept all of the tariffs, he kept these restrictions, and he pursued industrial policy in violation of WTO rules on procurement, right? On government procurement. Completely violated the Government Procurement Act. So I'm being equal opportunity in saying that. Now you might say, well, what's this new economic statecraft? Don't we already have industrial policy? But countries pursue industrial policy for a host of other reasons, right? Ethnic issues. If you know something about Malaysia, Bumiputra, they worry about the ethnic Malaysians, so they worry about that. So that's part of their industrial policy. Regional development, look at the Mezzogiorno in Italy, right? All the money flowing to the south, which irritates my colleagues who live in the north of Italy. Environmental concerns, so there are lots of things, standard market failures, inequality. There are lots of reasons to pursue industrial policy, which have very little to do with national security. But you can also use industrial policy for national security purposes. So industrial policy and new economic statecraft have elements in common, but to be clear, they are not the same thing. We need to separate them and understand why are you getting this from a causal standpoint, what's driving it. Now we come to this question of dual-use technologies, which is the thing that I find most interesting, because what we have seen over time is that we have the creation of these technologies not by the CIA, not by the National Security Agency, but by the commercial sector. And we do have the CIA involved, In-Q-Tel. If you need venture capital, go to In-Q-Tel. And this is no secret. On their website it says, we are the CIA venture capital firm. In-Q-Tel, DIU, is the Defense Department venture capital fund. And they're all involved in government funding. So there's clearly not a hands-off. We've seen human capital development, we've seen export controls, and we've seen these things. Now, what's dual-use technology? That's a complicated question. So here's dual-use technology, 1959. We've estimated there's a need for 150 to 200 million woolen blankets to ensure survival in case of atomic war. So we tend to think that linking security and trade is something that happened with Trump or recently. This is 1959, right? A very long time ago. Now, I'm pretty sure, but I admit I'm not a physicist, but I don't think blankets will protect you against radiation. The point is, it's in everybody's interest to claim that they are a dual-use industry. Some industries are. I think quantum computing is a dual-use industry. I think AI is a dual-use industry. But honestly, when I was playing with my drone 10 years ago, if somebody would have said, dual use, I would have laughed. I said, no, I'm just flying my drone. And now we see in the Ukraine-Russia war, it's dual-use technology. So the question is, who do we protect? Do we have high fences, small yards, as was discussed in the previous administration, the Biden administration? So in our approach, what we try to do is we classify types of intervention. We look at different, based on some work that Simon and I did, Simon Evnet. Then we examine when are states most likely to pursue intervention. And then we try to explain these different kinds of intervention, what we call at the border, behind the border, and beyond the border. And I'll just give you some examples of these things. At the border are the standard things that Trump likes to use. Tariffs, quotas, whatever you're using, taxing exports, export controls. These are at the border. Investment policy. FIRMA is an example of at the border. When the investment comes in at the border, you regulate it. But as Simon Evnet, Baldwin, and I and others have written about, behind the border is very important. You have subsidies, regulation, health standards, and so on. And the paper Simon and I did, and Simon is a very liberal free trade economist, he said, listen, there are all sorts of reasons why you would want to intervene in the domestic economy. If you want health standards, you're worried about GMOs, you're worried about chemicals. So that is not necessarily the same mercantilist argument for protection that you get from industries that can't compete. Those are simply regulatory things. And Europeans live differently than Americans, live differently than, Indians and Chinese. So you would expect this intervention. And you have investment-related policy encouraging or discouraging foreign investment, which we see in the case of the United States, trying to discourage certain kinds of investment, encourage other kinds of investment. Finally, we have beyond the border, right? Government promotion, JETRO. Japanese have done this for a long time. The Koreans have done this for a long time. The Chinese have tried to promote investment also through Belt and Road. We have regulations by ITU, International Telecommunications Union. And then we have, of course, the EU, getting into the AI game. But when the EU got into the AI game, and I said this to some unhappiness among my European colleagues, I said, you're in this game, but you don't have any firms. Shouldn't you first have firms before you start regulating the industry? And they were not happy that I said that. But it's pretty true. If you look at who, and I've written a paper on this, you can see all the data on this. Who are the dominant players in AI? US, Chinese, maybe Dubai. But it's not the Europeans, despite you have Mistral and a few others. So this is a complex framework. I won't go into the details given the type of presentation we have here. But basically, we hold a bunch of things constant, systemic level characteristics, international regimes. And we focus in our work on market characteristics and domestic structure to explain intervention in trade and investment. And you can go to my website and read these kinds of things. And the idea is, of course, if you have too many variables in your model, it's not very useful. But many of these things are constant. But they sometimes change, like pre-Cold War and post-Cold War. And that's important. Who we see as our friends, who we see as our enemies, what is the level of discord in the global political system affects how you end up dealing with economic issues, which I think is pretty self-evident. So now let me turn to the last part of the presentation, which asks this question: can we design international institutions to do something about this new economic statecraft? And weirdly, and I said I'm not such a neoliberal economist, but I think there's a very interesting point. The neoliberal economists view Chicago School of Economics more than anything else, said, listen, don't intervene domestically and don't intervene internationally. And to make sure that you don't intervene in a way that's disruptive internationally, we have the World Trade Organization. So there's a neoliberal equilibrium between the domestic economy and the global economy. Now, it would be too much to say that this is the model that has been followed by everyone since the Chinese have intervened in the market. Ronald Reagan imposed restrictions on cars from China. There was the textile agreement that I've written about, which became a massive protectionist operations. Shoes, televisions, we've had protection all the time, right? Europeans, if I may say, common agricultural policy. So it's not like there's been no intervention. But theoretically, at least, one could say there's a neoliberal equilibrium. But the management of new economic statecraft, we haven't come up with what the international context arrangements institutions will look like. What should we do? One is obvious. We just have unilateral policies, which is what the United States is doing, and the Europeans are responding and so on, and the Chinese are doing this. That's a unilateral approach. That's not very institutionalized. So let's look at some options. Why not a global approach, sectoral approach? This is a very popular idea. Let's have a semiconductor agreement, and we had sector-specific agreements. Information technology agreement, financial services, telecom, these were liberalizing agreements. And we had what I call a liberal protectionist agreement in textiles and apparel. And then your question is, how do these sectoral agreements fit to some extent? Are they nested within the WTO? Are they horizontal? How will they work? And it turns out that some of these sectoral agreements, in my view, even the ones that are opening, are detrimental. And people say, why would you be against trade opening? You must be a protectionist. I said, no, I'm actually much more of a liberal free trader than you are, because when you get these sector-specific agreements, and you can go read about this in Pascal Lamy, who said, if you have sectoral agreements for specific industries, guess what? They stop lobbying for global trade. And I know this, I won't mention the company. I was down in Silicon Valley giving a talk, and I kept talking about the wonders of the WTO. And they said, Vinny, don't you know about the basic telecom agreement and the information technology agreement? I said, yes. They said, we're only interested in hearing how we can make it better. We don't care about agriculture and protectionism. We only want this agreement. I said, why? It's $1 billion a year for us. So I said, okay, since I'm a paid consultant, I'll tell you how to fix it. All right, slightly joking. Okay, now, what else could we do? Instead of a sectoral approach, we could modify the WTO. I'm a big WTO fan. I've taught at the WTO. I would be great if you could have the WTO work on these issues. Unfortunately, I'm pessimistic. We see the TRIPS agreement, the TRIPS agreement. These are examples. Within that, we now see the multi-party appeals agreement that the Europeans have been promoting. These are all good things. Will they work? Will the WTO be the forum where the United States shows up? No. Were they the forum where the United States showed up under Biden? No. So the problem is there is a secular trend in US trade policy which will take a long time to reverse. So this neoliberal order of the mid-40s until, let's say, 2010, 12 is really in trouble. Okay, what about a bilateral approach? So the US has had sectoral approaches. By the way, the US had an agreement with Canada, which violated, by the way, the WTO, because you're not supposed to have a sectoral approach. But you know why the US was able to get away with this? Because the US supported the European coal and steel community in 1951. And when the Europeans put this together, the Czechoslovakians said, excuse me, can you read Article 24 of the WTO? No sectoral agreements must cover all trade. Key provision of Article 24. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand that. And the Americans said, what? Shut up. We're going to get a waiver of obligation, which is a fancy legal way of saying we're not going to follow the law for 5 years. And it's the United States who helped the Europeans get together to get them to the Treaty of Rome, which then did, at least theoretically, substantially cover all products. So when I tell people the European Union was created illegally in 1951, illegally in the context of GATT law. Okay. Well, what about a bilateral agreement? We had a bilateral agreement. People forget, we had a bilateral agreement in 2020. It was going to do all these things. Chinese will purchase manufactured goods, agriculture products, and this was a great Trump victory, according to, of course, Trump. Now, what's the problem with this agreement? The answer is COVID. Because the Chinese could say, it's COVID. We are not taking any shipping containers from the United States. We are not going to accept anything. And they could use this as an excuse not to engage in this kind of buying mission. By the way, this is not new. With the Japanese, the United States, this is all the time. We would tell the Japanese, you have to buy more of this. Semiconductor Industry Agreement, SIA, was also an example. So just to give you some historical context. A couple of others. Can we have a minilateral approach, a sectoral approach, maybe within RCEP? And that would be an idea. So we don't have, that's what we call plurilateral, not a multilateral global, not a bilateral, but a bunch of countries get together and have a sectoral agreement, or USMCA agricultural rules on agricultural biotechnology products. So that would be another option. So we're just going through all the different options. And we also see this kind of EU anti-coercion instrument, which we talked about, has not been employed, but that is kind of a minilateral, unilateral approach, if you'd like, within this context. So let me conclude with the final one. What about a minilateral overall approach? And this is what the EU is talking about when it says EU CPTPP, right? That's a minilateral approach, broad agreement. But what's the problem? The Chinese are not members, and the US are not members. Well, okay, so EU can get together. I'm not against it getting together with CPTPP. By the way, it's important to always remember that CPTPP started out as what? An initiative of Singapore, New Zealand, and Chile. So small countries like Sweden can have a lot of impact in the global trading system because they actually led CPTPP into what it was. Then we have RCEP. RCEP had 16 members. Indians withdrew. Good luck negotiating with the Indians. I know you've been doing it for 15 years. Okay, the Indians are a big pain, right? They're protectionists. In RCEP, they withdrew from RCEP because they said, we don't want to deal with competition in agriculture. We don't want to deal with industrial competition. And India has been a reluctant liberalizer. And how do we understand that? It's actually almost trivial. Modi's political coalition. It's farmers and small producers. You don't have to have a fancy model to understand why Modi withdrew from RCEP. I think it was a bad idea, but that's different. Finally, under Biden, they came up with IPEF, which didn't do anything. It did not guarantee market access. Trump has, of course, dropped that. And China is not a member. So the problem is we have no clear forum, institutional forum, in which we can really figure out how will we deal with new economic statecraft. So I'm only talking about new economic statecraft. I'm not telling you I love new economic statecraft, just to be clear. I'm not for it. I'm simply identifying a real-world empirical phenomenon that we have to deal with. We can't wish it away. We cannot say the WTO will manage this successfully. I wish it could, but it can't. Let's not be normative, let's be empirical. And sometimes, in some models, you quickly move from normative to empirical. or empirical and normative, I should say. All right, so let me conclude. What are the conclusions and prospects? And I wish I could end on a very happy note. I can't. So new economic statecraft is about, as I said, going beyond traditional sanctions to manipulate markets, including dual-use high technology. Second, I think we can systematically understand this in papers we've been doing. What's the driving force for intervention in these high technology sectors? It is possible to systematically analyze these things. Third, the neoliberal model has problems. We talked about adjustment, inequality, all of that. I'm not endorsing that model either. I'm simply saying there was a kind of theoretical logic. Don't intervene domestically, and then internationally, we're going to have rules so we can punish countries that do, and we have, all these dispute settlement bodies, particularly after 1995. Okay? So what's the end story? The end story is that neo-mercantilist intervention, which is what we're seeing today, does not have a clear institutional solution. So what are we likely to see? We are likely to see a continuation of unilateral measures by the United States, unilateral reaction by the Chinese, and a few bilateral deals here and there. So as someone who's very fond, because I wrote a lot about institutions, I'm kind of disappointed because I would much prefer a global, multilateral approach, multi-sector, multi-country, but I don't see that in the cards. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vinny, for your perspective on economic statecraft. Now I'm delighted to introduce Alicia Garcia Herrero, Chief Economist at Asia Pacific at Natixis and a Senior Fellow at Bruegel. She will talk about what the new age of geoeconomic means for international trade and how economies are reshaping their economic strategies in this new context. So please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thanks so much for inviting me. I'm very nervous, and I'm very nervous because I'm the last speaker. And I don't have any good news, so I'm like, I have to come up with some good news before I end, and I'm really struggling to do so. So I've been asked to talk about statecraft, and I thought, what can I do about that? My experience is basically Europe and Asia. So I thought I could start by comparing what kind of statecraft do we have, which is quite recent, so it didn't take me too long to talk about our own statecraft, compared to China's long-standing statecraft. And by doing that, I think we can really see where we stand and what is coming and what we could do about it, which, by the way, I have no slides for. But as I said, I'll try my best to come up with some ideas. So let me start with that overview of asymmetries. I call it asymmetries, asymmetries in statecraft between Europe and Asia. So first one is even conceptual. So, the more we can, if you think about how we use the word statecraft, actually we don't. At most, we talk about open strategic autonomy, open appears anywhere when we start talking about economic security. We need to put that word there. And I get it. I mean, we like free trade, but we're talking about statecraft here. So in a way, the way we look at it starts by abiding with everything we've always had, including the WTO. That is not how China understands statecraft. The word is basically, for some it could be similar, but it's very different. It's self-reliance. Self-reliance can't be open by definition. So we're already starting, with very different objectives. If I go down to the actual goal, the max we've ever managed to say, this is van der Leyen's, basically, I would say, moving out of Europe's comfort zone when she dared say de-risking. That word resonated across Europe. What do we mean by de-risking? And the US was already in decoupling. Biden kind of liked that word and took it from us. I don't think he ever recognized that that was kind of a European concept, but it was. And we were immediately chased by China to clarify that de-risking was not something China liked. De-risking, I mean, and in fact, we had to go and explain it. And if you read the first speech by van der Leyen, I remember in Brussels, CPC, and then right after, actually in a trip to Berlin, which I actually participated in, she started kind of smoothing that concept all the way to just diversification. That was it. So open strategic autonomy boils down to diversification. But diversification is actually part of free trade. I mean, we diversify. It has nothing to do with statecraft. So this is how we kind of, you know, or put it this way, natural diversification has nothing to do with statecraft. Of course, if you force diversification, it could have something to do with statecraft. But we were very clear that we would not force any type of diversification with any type of tool that would make companies kind of liable if there were, I mean, these were discussions in Germany, I remember, with the potential tax for excessive concentration in country A. Guess which country that was? So we moved away from that very quickly. So it was only upon the company's decision, basically, to understand that diversification was something that would bring gains. This is part of, you know, again, open trade. So we really didn't go very far on that. But we did say that we wanted to avoid, and I want to come back to this because it's important, critical dependencies. The Commission went through a huge exercise. DG Growth actually conducted this exercise, looking at in which areas, in which products, because it was a very detailed analysis, in which products is Europe dependent, highly dependent on China. I heard only recently, I just came back from Brussels, that they are doing the same with the US. Good luck. I mean, it's like, it's going to be, basically, we're dependent on both in a very, very large way. So once we know that, the question is, what do we do about it? So we know we're highly dependent. Some of these dependencies are critical, but we don't really have the tools. I mean, we could say, yeah, we have the CRM, the Critical Raw Materials Act, but these are targets we're not really even thinking we can reach. And I think that is the problem, that we have this vision, but we don't have the tools to get there. So that's our goal. But China's goal is very different. When they say self-reliance, they really mean self-reliance. It means technological independence from the US, or reducing to the bare minimum that dependence. And that's where they are, and we can see it. So are we trying to reduce technological dependence from the US? I've not noticed. I don't know whether we are, but I don't see any signals, any signs that that's our objective. So how are we doing? How are we conducting our economic security? And I think Sweden was actually, I think if I'm not mistaken, when you had the presidency, this was very much on the agenda. And we came up with this, I think, nice PPP. Promote, protect, and partner. And it sounds good, and I actually think the beauty of it is that it sounds open, yeah? I mean, I protect, but always within the limits of the WTO and everything else. China has an even earlier concept. This is not very old, but still earlier than ours, which is dual circulation. I wrote a whole piece on dual circulation because it sounded really like I don't know, like Kant, like how do you understand this dual circulation? Well, I don't think they actually even expected anybody to understand, or even themselves, but it's a good idea what China had in mind. China thought, okay, I have this market, this is my market. Yeah, and then I have export markets, which are also my markets. So I need to grab export markets that I can control. because they were already seeing this. This came with the first Trump administration, so they were already seeing what was going to happen. So they kind of clearly saw, okay, I need the global south. I need markets that I can. I don't want to say China purposely made them captive. That's not the point. But China purposely made them dependent. Maybe I should say that. And rightly so, because this is now China's engine of exports beyond Europe. So, why not? And you could argue that Chinese products may be cheaper, this is good for these countries. You can find many reasons to say that there's nothing wrong with this. Some of these countries may disagree by now because they have huge trade deficits with China and no way to balance those deficits. But they could have had those deficits with others. So, it's not, in other words, I think it's hard to make a very negative kind of angle to that story if you are in the global south, given what's happening. Yeah? You're getting either tariffs or dual circulation. What do you get? What do you choose if you can choose, which I don't think they can. So that's where they are. So then on top of that, I think we need to realize that in the last 20 years, until we got to this open strategic autonomy, Europe probably didn't have much time to think about anything else than a bunch of crises. Yeah, the global crisis in '98. In 2008. For me, it's. I remember because I was in China then, and I thought, well, this is going to hit China. Every news was 4 million people unemployed in a couple of weeks. They came up with a big stimulus. They actually lifted a lot of other countries because Latin America thought they would get in a recession. They didn't because there was huge demand from China for commodities. There was an infra-led stimulus, and they managed to avoid that crisis with their own market. They did use the market. We sometimes think that China can't do this, can't do consumption, can't do rebalance. Well, when they want, they can do whatever they need to do. And they did it then. It created a lot of imbalances in the Chinese economy, a lot of debt, but overall, they managed to avoid that crisis. We didn't. That's the reality. And then we got into our own crisis and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, China was preparing for a world of strategic competition with the US. This is very much what Arantxa said this morning. China got the impression, rightly so, I guess, that the US had, enormous fragilities, whether it was the financial sector, whether it was income distribution, you name it, and that they could potentially think of a world, and many people disagree with this, but I think it started in 2008, dominated by China. Not regionally, not neighborhoodly, no, globally. Globally. And that's how I think they built what we now see as choke points. We see them as choke points, but if I were Chinese, I would see them as points of strength, yeah? I can leverage. The US has been leveraging forever. Why should I not leverage? It's just logical. And they literally studied studiously, as always, what the US was doing in terms of this statecraft, because we might not have too much, but the US does. And we all know that. So we were not the example. If I talk to Chinese about open strategic autonomy, wonderful, wonderful, but that's not what they are doing. And they kind of replicated, slowly but steadily, all of these tools of statecraft, if you want to call them that way, whether it's export controls, we now see what's happening, that the US had been putting in place as an hegemonic power. Because that's what China aims to be, and frankly, they're very close to being there. So now, is it so easy? No. We have challenges, and thank God they also have some challenges. So we're not the only ones with challenges here. So for us, the biggest challenge is our coordination. It's been said loud and clear. We don't have a single market. I'm not going to repeat. We know our challenges. That I don't need to go further. But I think China's challenge is kind of too much of a good thing type of challenge. I will put it this way. So China's challenge is the following. And I can tell you that I've been working on this thing, on this specific thing I'm going to talk about now, for so long because I couldn't believe it. Actually, with a Swedish economist, I couldn't believe it, and I kept on telling him these calculations might be wrong, must be wrong, it can't be true, but it is true. So this was my question: can China feed the world in terms of green tech? Can China produce enough green tech? We started in 2023, so there was still a doubt that maybe there would be others needed. Yeah, maybe the Europeans would be needed. Came all kinds of calculations at the company level, capex, amount of production, with the best, with the most positive data on pledges. Yeah, like if the whole world were to behave properly in terms of complying with their pledges, net zero, you name it, would China be able to produce enough green tech for all of us? Yeah, sure, no problem. That was the answer. Actually, much more than needed. That's the overcapacity problem. Because when China coordinates, so this is the way, we were talking about China's marvelous industrial policy, sometimes it has unintended consequences. So, the local governments, the NDRC comes with an idea. I can tell you the example of something called 10,000 Little Giants. Watch, because this is scary for any SME or even larger company in Europe. 10,000 Little Giants. So central government says this sector, this sector, this sector. Local governments go and say, okay, I'm going to only choose, and this is the trade versus innovation we discussed before, I'm only going to choose companies that innovate above the average. Everybody goes and innovates, some of which is total rubbish, sorry. The patents, in China you can patent and you can earn money by patenting because the subsidies for patenting are huge. So it's cheaper to patent than not to patent. That's an example. But overall, some of these patents are good, as it should be, if there are thousands of them. So, all of this to say, okay, you move up the ladder, but everybody moves up the ladder. Everybody competes at that high ladder. And what do you have? Too much of a good thing. Too much capacity. And it's not only because it's subsidized, don't get me wrong. Partially, but not only. It's because you know the sector you have to be in, and you just go there. Because that's, and by the way, another important reason why everybody goes there, the overcapacity problem, is because you can't go anywhere else, because most of the sectors are oligopolistic, dominated by state-owned enterprises. So there's very few sectors you can go to, so they all go there. Yeah, 5 minutes, I'll be quick. Only one slide, but as long as I can explain this, I'll be fine. So, so this is the problem, that it's like too much greed, if you want, we don't have this problem. We may actually say, oh, AI, we're going to, AI factories, this is the money, nobody runs. We have the opposite problem. Which one is better? I'm not here to judge, but I just want to point out how different our statecraft really is. We're collaborative, centralized dominance. I don't need to explain that one, it's pretty clear. So one thing that I want to say is that this idea of trade and innovation being highly kind of not only compatible, but complementary is very important for Europe. We've fallen behind, guys, I'm sorry. And in fact, I was reading, because I remember, wasn't it in the Treaty of Lisbon that we had, I was thinking while listening to Holger, that we said we would have 3% R&D expenditure. Treaty of Lisbon, my God, I was young then. We're still flat. We didn't increase our R&D, and it's not only about China increasing R&D. South Korea is at over 4.4%. Israel, don't even mention. The US is flying. So no, it's not only China. It's not only state money. No, it's private money. People want to do this. And I think that's extremely important. We are falling behind in innovation. And if this is not enough, because this is just money spent, let me share with you, and I was very interested by your slides, Holger, because we did also some analysis. This is LLM models looking at what we call radical novelties. So basically the best patents in 3 critical technologies, the ones that, by the way, we tend to focus on when we do economic security. So, they seem to be relevant. And you can see, and it's not that we stop at 2023, it's that to define something as a radical novelty, we want to know what happened thereafter. So we go all the way to the mid-2025 to see whether they have been replicated. That's why, So long story short, look where we are. We are yellow. Yellow. And it's flat, and it doesn't really, so I have this for AI, it doesn't really change for semiconductors, even worse. And by the way, that includes our CHIP Act. And you can, we're now actually reviewing the CHIP Act, reviewing it because it didn't work. And frankly speaking, we may say that industrial policy doesn't work, but I can tell you that I live mostly in Taiwan. TSMC invested 63 billion in the US, and it didn't invest 63 billion in Europe. Yeah, and not the same type of nodes. In the US, the lowest nodes. In Europe, the highest nodes. So something is wrong with our attempts to conduct industrial policy. The only place where we do better is quantum. This is not embryonic, of course, technology, and I worry very much about this because if you just read how many agreements China already has with the best universities in quantum in Europe, you already know that they knew this well before I did my study. So, this is the point. We are slow at even realizing. I don't have the slide here, but this is just mind-boggling. We also look at, not so much, okay, I can't be the core innovator, fine. Can you replicate quickly, yeah? That's the question. It takes us I will wrap up. Sorry. It takes us a year to replicate these radical novelties within Europe, say from Sweden to Portugal or whatever, even closer, I'm afraid, because that's the average. It takes China 90 days to replicate our novelties. I wrap up. I'm not going to talk about export controls because I leave that for the Q&A. So on protect, we're nowhere. We're nowhere because we only coordinate national protection schemes. And I leave it there. On on partners, Global Gateway, BRI. I don't need a minute, I need a second. It's uncomparable. We don't have enough projects, we pledged 300 billion, we've spent barely, China has spent 1 trillion. So I conclude in the 30 seconds, I'm not saying we should look like China, that's by no means what I want to say, but I think we need to reflect on whether we are really thinking in a world strategic competition where we have some sort of tools of statecraft. Open, okay, fine, open, fine with me, but we still need instruments. I don't think we have enough instruments yet, so I hope we can come up with some. I said I would give some solutions. I'm so happy that you cut me short because I was still struggling to find any. Thank you so much. Okay.
So thank you very much, Alicia, for giving us plenty to think about, and welcome back, Vinny. So go ahead, Per, do we have any questions?
Yes, we do have time left for questions, so please, anyone who wants to raise their hand. Back.
Thank you both.
Please say what your name is.
So Hans Lenk, I'm from the National Board of Trade. Alicia, we met yesterday and discussed this a little bit. So thank you for a very bleak, though fairly realistic picture, I believe. So my question is that if we now, so what does this mean for sort of the future of trade policy? Because if we now if the narrative has changed, right? We've discussed this throughout the entire day. We've landed now in that it's basically permeated by security concerns, where we look at trade and economic policy at large as a piece, an instrument of economic statecraft. China is great at it. The US has quite some practice, but is beefing up. Does that mean that we should do the same thing? Is it like, are we aspiring to towards a trade policy that we can use to sort of extort these kind of choke points? I mean, do we have to create a choke point for us that we can extort? Is that the basic idea? And the reason I ask is because if we look at the historic picture, I mean, it's always like a pendulum swings back and forth, like liberal markets aren't a natural state. There's always been protectionism, there's always been statecraft, even though maybe the nature of it changes and the way that we use economic tools. Is this just temporary? So should we just look beyond it and think like, well, in decades' time, we're going to wake up and think like, this is stupid, and then we're back into the free market paradigm?
You want to start?
Tough question. Well, 10 years ago, I wrote a paper that was called The Coming Bipolar World Between US and China in Trade, focusing on trade. People said, this is a dumb paper. This is not going to happen. Unfortunately, it's happening more and more. And I think the problem here is, what is the status of the Europeans in a bipolar world? And we did see stability between the US and the Soviet Union, but we didn't see trade, right? And US and Soviet Union barely traded, had very little investment. If the world starts going in that direction, right, which there are some indicators that it's going in that direction, right, decreased Chinese investment in the United States, American companies leaving China, going to Southeast Asia and so on, then I think the real question is, I think I know what's going to happen with the US and China. I don't think I know what's going to happen with Europe. And I think the Europeans have not thought about that, because until 5 years ago, every time I gave a talk about this, they said, oh, you're so negative, you Americans are so anti-Chinese, what's wrong with you? We're good friends with the Chinese. And in electric cars, we've seen what happens, right? And if we steal, we see what happens. This is not a new idea. In textiles, my first book, what happens? The US imposes restrictions, which it did in the 1950s. And guess what happens? Trade diversion. I'm not the first person to talk about trade diversion. It's a long, old concept. Viner talked about it, many others. You get trade diversion. So when all those exports from Japan were blocked into the United States, where do they come? Europe. It's a rich market. Now Europe is talking about 50% steel tariffs and so on, because, oh my God, we're being flooded. So you can't control the situation and keep talking about liberal trade if the Chinese are simply going to reorient their trade to the only open market in town. Yeah. Just to give you a quick quote, the Americans used to say, we are not the only market, not the market of last resort. We have become the market of only resort. This was said under Obama, by the way, it's not even under Trump. Well, if Europe is the market of only resort, that's a significant problem. So just to conclude, there's a very good article by one of my colleagues called A World Without the West. And that's possible, right? We could have a world in which China and the developing countries are one world, and presumably the US and EU would get together, but we saw how difficult it was to get TTIP. And Trump shows no interest in transatlantic trade investment partnership. So I'm pessimistic there.
Okay, so maybe a silver lining for a change. Okay, so and I don't think, okay, let me start with what I think we're doing and why it is not enough and why we should do more. So first we're doing Plan A. We had a discussion yesterday. Plan A is let's rescue the WTO. Good luck. Plan B, create all of these trade agreements with Indonesia, but they, in a way, they rely on the WTO. That's my main concern. And because they rely on the WTO, Plan B doesn't, basically is an add-on to Plan A. But if you don't have Plan A, you don't have anything. That's my main point. So I think what Europe and others did with the appellate body, trying to create alternative mechanisms, is the way to go. And I actually talk about institutions, not alliance of the willing. I mean, where are they? Where are the willing? The minute Trump comes, there's no willing. We're not the willing either. So how can you ask somebody with much smaller economy to confront your president? Sorry, it's bad. So we need to think of new institutions. I know this is hard for Europeans because it's a signaling and nostalgia and everything, but I think we need to move on. We need to move on, and we need to build on what we have, but build, not on top, beside, beside what we have. I think we need to start working on this quickly. And sorry, one CPTPP, has locked the door. I don't know whether Europeans realize this. China, UK managed to get in just before, you know, okay, it was queuing before China. Now you have China queuing and Taiwan queuing after China. That's what you have now. If you believe the Japanese and the Singaporeans are going to tell China, you're not getting into CPTPP, the Europeans will, I don't think that's going to happen. So I don't think CPTPP is a solution. So it's really beside, and you cannot really use any of the existing free trade arrangements, not even CPTPP, in my view.
Ilkka, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm Ilkka Saarinen from the Finnish Foreign Ministry. Winnie, you said that something like neo-mercantilist intervention doesn't have an institutional framework. That's true. However, I think the Americans have some plans regarding this. I mean, using reciprocal tariffs that are being adjusted based on trade balance. And then apparently they are trying to set up a currency deal, which would be called Mar-a-Lago Accord, so similar to Plaza Accord of the 80s. So what do you think? Do you think this really is their goal? If it is it something which would be feasible? What if they manage to pull this off? I mean, how do you see this?
Yeah, I do think the U.S. basically has a unilateral bilateral goal. I mean, Trump has said that very directly. I like bilateral deals and I like tariffs. And so he never said, I like multilateral deals. He never said, I like minilateral deals. He's quite skeptical even of the own accord which he negotiated as the successor agreement to NAFTA, USMCA. He's, violating it like crazy. So I think really his goal is to do exactly that, to create a new network of unilateral and bilateral deals that look favorable to the United States from the American perspective. I think if there was a Democratic administration, they might do more plurilateral and try to maybe get back. But, Biden didn't get back into TPP, right? He showed no interest in TPP. He showed no interest in TTIP, which I found somewhat shocking, right? So if you had some interest, at least you would say there's hope. I didn't see it. That's my view.
Thank you so much. Do we have one more question here?
I'm Tor Ellingsen. I'm a professor here at the Stockholm School of Economics. So I have one question. Suppose you said even the Democrats might not get back to this, and even Obama had problems with WTO. So what do you think it would take? Often, U.S. claims its security interests, so that was the reason for the steel tariffs, for example. Would it be possible to have WTO working for all non-security interest goods, do you think?
I think the WTO has been abused because basically, there's a security provision in the WTO, and the interpretation that the Americans and the Russians are close allies came to, I'm joking, basically we said, no, you cannot review anything if we claim national security. So this is open. It's an open door, right? Basically, you just claim national security for everything. And this is what happened in industries in the 1950s when they were lobbying Congress. So given the violation of the norm, remember, Trump doesn't violate that many rules, some, but he violates mainly all the norms. And the norm was you don't invoke the security provision of the WTO, which he did. Right? And the Russians too, over the Ukraine issue. So I'm pessimistic. Now, I do think there are opportunities to create some WTO-like structures, as we were talking about, that that might be happening. The Europeans could do it with other like-minded countries. But the world is clearly moving into this bipolar restructuring of global value chains. And I see no reason to believe that the US and China will continue interacting at the levels we had 7 to 8 years ago. I just don't see it. And I think it'll take another 20 years maybe before we see some resurgence of this kind of going back to liberal trade and broader trade agreements. I just don't see it in the next 10 to 15 years. There's no coalition domestically. That's the basic problem. And I don't see it in Europe either. I mean, you've heard of Le Pen, you've heard Alternative for Deutschland, you see the British situation, you see Meloni in Italy. Okay, she talks a good story sometimes, but where is the coalition for free trade and open markets? Forget the US.
Alicia.
Yeah, just because I realized I didn't respond to your, should we weaponize any leverage we may have? First, we need to build coordinated leverage. I just want to say that. Whether we weaponize it or not, but the fact that we don't show we have it is a big mistake. So I think coordination of export controls, I mean, why should ASML be ordered by the US to impose export controls and not be a European effort? Because for China, that means talk to the US, not talk to us. So, you know, the same effort is actually has no benefit for us. So this is why, given that it's happening anyway, I think we would need to find, and it's very hard because indispensable products, we basically have ASML, maybe some people say it's SAP, I mean, very few, but we need to make a list. Everybody's making this list. We are the only ones without a list. Whether we use it or not, I leave it up to the policymakers, but we need the list. We need to know what we have and we need to coordinate, that's all.
Thank you so much. This was a happy note, ending here. I just want to add that when we do, as Lovi does, general equilibrium calculations, of course, that means general equilibrium across the world. And that means that Sweden and Europe take advantage of, trade barriers between the US and China. So that means that we basically maintain our exports. We trade less with the US, and China, we import a little bit more from China, 3% over 4 or 5 years. So in our models, and based on the evidence that we have from the National Board of Trade Sweden, we don't see, a surge of imports from China as a result of the trade war. So there are other perspectives, I want to say, too, on this subject. Thank you so much for participating on this, and give them a warm welcome. Now, I want to end on a positive note, because now first of all, we will have Patrick Ström as our convening speaker, but I also want to mention now that after we've heard Patrick wrap up this, there will also be a reception out in the atrium. So we will end up on a high note anyway. And speaking of a high note, I would now like to invite Patrick Ström, who's the director of the Center for Asian Studies at the Stockholm School of Economics. Welcome up on stage to wrap things up.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, dear friends. It's me between you and the refreshments. That's always a great way to begin. Thank you for the pass pad. We did this 2 years ago, and I called it a test run. Anders said, was it really a test run? And we didn't really know how many people were actually going to attend. So I said, if we have 4 people showing up, we have to kind of reconsider. And we thought that, okay, let's take one of the venues that could seat around 80 people. But then we thought, let's aim a little higher. Let's actually reserve the aula. And 2 years ago, we actually found that there was a great interest. We actually had more than 4 people showing up. So I think the test run then transformed into this year's second, which is now the biannual Heckscher-Ohlin conference. So I think that's fantastic. And I want to first express my heartfelt gratitude to all of the speakers who have filled this day. It feels a little bit like Christmas. You plan and you plan and you wait for it, and then in a second, it's gone, but you keep the present. So that's what I cherish from this day. And I think apart from the policy and research side that we saw in the beginning when we talked together with the National Board of Trade of trying to set this up, for us at SSE, it's also the importance of education. Because we would like to foster the next generation of trade experts that might go into the offices of the National Board of Trade, but they could also, like Johan, start their own business and hopefully provide jobs and productivity growth within the European business context. So I think that's another part of why I really feel that there is a fantastic collaboration with the National Board of Trade for this specific matter. So before I let you go for the refreshments, I just wanted to try to share some of my key takeaways from the day, which there are so many of them, and I'll try to make a few remarks. I think it's very clear to say that the old order is gone. I think that came back in many of the talks throughout the day, respective of it was academic side or policy side. And there is a search, and it's quite unclear to see what the new order would be. So I guess we have to kind of work on that together. Having said that, though, I think a positive side is that we have the possibility to together influence what that new order could be. So I think that was, even though there were some doom and gloom in some of the presentations and looking ahead and a lot of problems, but I think there are enough countries and enough people out there who actually do want to have an alternative to what we see in the US with the current administration. I think that kind of is a good feeling, that there is actually hope that the new order, whatever it might look like, might be quite positive. The other thing which I took from today is that we can learn from history, and economic history especially. And I think that helps us to not make the same mistakes again and to push forward. And even if we're pushing forward into uncharted territories or uncharted waters, we could possibly have some of the old sea charts with us in order to find new ways to build this new order. I also think that it's very clear from today that more needs to be done in a number of areas. First of all, we have the firm perspective. We have the discussion on global value chains and the implications of the change that we see in the geo-economic and geopolitical setting. We have the aspects of service industries that came up this morning that Paul talked about, and the fact that services are becoming more and more important for the economies, but we tend to sometimes treat them not as they should be treated, as being a central part of the economic development. And that, I think, also is very much related to the question on productivity that Eva talked about in her presentation. And then the need for context-based research, whether we talk about specific European regulations, culture, we talk about it from the Asian context. We need to kind of delve into where is the data coming from and how can we interpret the data from also the context where it's situated and placed. And then the combination of trade policy and industrial policy. Not really what is the beginning and what is the end. Are they similar and can they be used for similar purposes? And what do they entail and what do we actually mean by these concepts? And find then ways to handle these new policies in the best possible way for the future. So these are just a few of the takeaways, and I think there is definitely enough to think about into the future. And having said that, I would just like to conclude on a positive note that if we based on that there are things to be done, from our part, we would be happy to continue our biannual test run. And I would be delighted to see you all back here at SSE and the Aula together with our dear friends and partners at the National Board of Trade in 2027. So with that, thank you very much for coming. Refreshments.